review it,
That's
and
correct.
in fact, must review it if
Correct.
they're signing it, right?
Correct.
All right. I think you just talked about what you believed were the most important aspects of this plan by virtue of the things that you were talking about, the things you were most concerned about, right?
Correct.
And there are preventative strategies
There
that
are.
are part of the behavior plan.
There are.
And hence part of the IEP, right?
Correct.
What, you've alluded to a few, but what other preventative strategies are important here in your estimation?
May I read what was on there?
I certainly don't mind. Are you reading from the behavior plan? It's admitted into evidence, Judge.
Okay.
I don't know what she's reading
Or
from. I don't know what she's reading from. If she could show us.
would it be the behavior plan?
I-
Exhibit number 3.
Yeah, I copied it. If you want me to read directly from it, from there, I hand wrote exactly what was on there, but if you want me to read it directly from there, I can.
Whatever makes the state feel more comfortable.
I'll-
Read what's in evidence.
Okay.
Party's over.
I'm the armor, or at least I was.
A famous actor in a movie set accident that ended in tragedy.
I try and cock the gun goes off.
Now the film's armorer has been charged with involuntary manslaughter.
Just because it's an accident doesn't mean that it's not criminal.
Court TV takes you inside the courtroom as Hannah Gutierrez faces a jury.
The Baldwin movie shooting trial, weekdays 8 to noon on Court TV Legendary Trials.
You got us banned from being room parents? I have never been more in love with you.
Who wants to go nuts for donuts?
Show him your folding trick.
I'm not in the mood for your sheet right now.
That's gotta hurt, huh? You keep me coming back for more.
Saturday night,
First you moved in, you banned cigar smoke and kitchen nudity.
Oscar Madison,
Just doing my daily yoga.
Felix Unger,
You're not exactly a guy's guy.
Why? Because I use coasters? I'm an accomplished photographer. Perfect, let's start shooting. And I can make a pair of tap shoes talk. What do you say, boys?
together, they're the odd couple.
Here, hold that.
Oscar, is that coffee? I just cleaned the rug.
Better not move.
The Odd Couple, Saturday starting 7, 6 Central on Laugh More.
It's really important for Scripps News reporters to live where they are reporting.
You gotta talk to people from all. She then calls her good friend Mia. She calls the person who's in the same boat she is, who's just witnessed this horrific act as a bystander. She calls and she speaks with him for 9 minutes. So, how does she get from there, the quarry, to this chair? Already when she's on the phone, she, like any human being, is thinking of what is she going to do. She gets to that chair, and beforehand she says she wants to protect herself. When she eventually gets to that chair, she'll tell you. She's motivated, she has a reason to protect herself. That's what she's doing, that's what any human being does. And so the first thing she does is she drives to the Holiday Inn, and parks in the parking lot where there's a camera that records her, and you won't have to watch all 4 hours where she sits in her car in the parking lot and contemplates life or death or sleeps or is overwhelmed. She sits there for that 4 hours. That's the first thing that she does to protect herself. After some moment in time, she eventually leaves from there about 8 a.m. She gets to the police station at about 12. In those 4 hours, she does other things to protect herself. She'll tell you that she had 2 8 balls of meth. She had these 8 balls of meth that she'd gotten from one of the, I believe it's Nemo, one of the young men that was at the store. She'd gotten these 2 8 balls of meth. And Well, there's a lot of names. Michael Bang, another prisoner that you're going to hear from. We have the 3 young men. They're connected to Michael Bang. Michael Bang had talked to Bridget Schlitt about get those 2 8-balls of meth. She's doing that work for another prisoner to get those 2 8-balls. When she's sitting in that car in the parking lot, and the video's watching her, before she goes to the police station, she goes and gets rid of those 2 8-balls of meth. She'll tell you she does that to protect herself, and she does it to save it for later. What she doesn't do is, she doesn't take the meth and throw it down the toilet. She doesn't take the meth and get rid of it. She doesn't take the meth to the police. She takes the meth to a friend's house and puts it there for safety. And what she'll tell you, if she tells you what she told us before back in 2023, what she'll tell you is the reason when she went there, to, I believe it's a Tim Marks, when she goes there, she tells Tim Marks what happened. She tells him what she saw. She tells him about this box that we're trying to figure out what happened in here. What you won't hear is Tim Marks here, come here and corroborate it. But she told him the same thing that she's going to tell you. He's not going to be here to corroborate her. After she gets rid of the meth, she then goes to the police station. She's there, she's in that chair, and she's in that chair for 11 hours. Right? There's times when she's sleeping in that chair, she comes back a couple of days later. But in those first 3.5 hours, we're going to get into some of the details because it's important for you to know whether there's reasons to doubt what she said there. You need to know what she said here. And when she was there, she immediately minimized her involvement. She says, I was there, they put a gun to my head, I left, I don't know what happened, I found out about it on Facebook. She says she doesn't know who the 2 people are. She minimizes her involvement. She doesn't tell them about deleting texts. She doesn't tell them about the meth. She doesn't tell them about having sex with Blackie. And slowly, she sits there, and maybe starts contemplating things. She starts to add little bits, and the story's starting to come out. But they're having to pull it out of her. They're really having to pull it out of her. She's reluctant to talk about it. It might be the trauma. But it also is undoubtedly that she's protecting herself. And about 4 hours into it, she's asked about that. She then says, well, it was Blackie, it was Mia Tao. And asked to describe Mia Tao, she says, he's a short, bald lady. Blackie is a violent man who shouldn't cross the first. She makes a safe choice to protect herself. She's deathly afraid. And as she'll tell you, she's afraid that she's going to be in trouble for being an accessory to murder. Because as we'll come to learn, she's somebody who drove to the quarry. She's somebody that's connected to Blackie in the most intimate way human beings connect with each other. She's worried not only about what Blackie might do to her, she's worried about the consequences with the police based upon her involvement. She'll tell you that her motive was to protect herself. Now, I'm going to fast forward in time when she's in that chair to a couple of days later, a week later, somewhere in there, the end of July, and Mr. Leinfelder, the police, they have Cam Rattensack, also known as Harkless, also known as Buck. They have him. He's been arrested. he comes and he sits in this chair, right? He sits in this chair and he talks to the police. And again, to evaluate what he says now and evaluate what he said in 2023, you need to know not only who the man is, but what he said back in 2021. Because the judge will tell you, do you have reasons to doubt? And it's your job to scrutinize his testimony. Here's what he'll tell you his motivations were. He says it right on a recording. He says to the police, what's going to keep me out of prison? They say, tell me the story, and his version is, what's going to keep me out of prison? Almost immediately he asks for immunity. That is, he wants some sort of protection. He wants a deal. He wants something in exchange. This is transactional for him. This is an alpha male who out on the street uses force, but now in this seat, he thinks he can use his head and outsmart the state, outsmart the investigator. They tell him when he's wanting to seek immunity, how do we know that you're worthy? That's the word they use, worthy. Worthiness. They tell him, you need to prove to us you're not a cold-blooded killer. And when he's there in response to that, and he's sitting in that chair talking to Mr. Leinfelder, he's got to decide what he's going to say. What we know he says is this: I'm afraid to tell you. He says, I'm afraid to go back to prison. Mr. Leinfelder tells him, well, just tell us your story. To which Blackie says, but it doesn't help me. Mr. Leinfelder isn't getting much progress in getting Blackie to talk about his involvement in that shooting, in that execution. But he knows that he has a bit of information, and that information is Bridget. So he talks about Bridget, and he says, we spoke with Bridget. Now remember, there were 6 people, right? There was 4 in this car, 2 in this car to start with, okay? Bridget and the 3 boys, Cam and Zach Blackie, and Mia Town. 2 of them switch, right? So all of a sudden they come into there, but at the end of the day, there's still 6 people that go there. 3 of them are executed by a cold-blooded killer. We know that. 3 wounded war. One of them is the cold-blooded killer, and 2 of them are either party to the crime or they're bystanders. Cam knows this. Cam's sitting in that chair, and Cam's statement to the police is, I'm afraid of the truth. They tell him, well, we talked to Bridget. And one of the things you might ask yourself is, when he hears that they talked to Bridget, does he say, thank God, you spoke with Bridget, you'll know the truth? Does he say, well, Bridget will tell you, I didn't shoot. Does he show any signs of relief whatsoever to say, this is where I'm going to avoid prison? No, he does not. He says he's afraid, essentially, of what Bridget's going to say. He says, it's a lose-lose situation for me. I'm damned if I do, damned if I don't. Damned if he does tell the truth. Damned if he doesn't, because you'll have Bridget's version. Now remember, when he's in this chair talking to Leinfelder, he doesn't know what Bridget says. He knows what the truth is. He knows his role in that truth. He doesn't know what Bridget says. He doesn't know at that time that he has the good fortune of an evil man who had created an environment in which women recant against him. You're going to hear from him that this is somebody that has done violence to women in the past. You're going to hear from him that, and from Bridget, knowledge about women recanting. He does bad things to women. Women won't talk to the police. Women change their story to the police. Whether it's Stacy in Wausau, whether it's Sarah Horton south of here, or whether it's Virginia Creel in Door County. He's created an environment in which he can manipulate people, especially women. But even he in that chair doesn't think of his good fortune. He's worried about what Bridget says. So, at the end, he tells a story that is essentially what I had told you. He had the gun, he had the motive, he had the reason, he did the violence, he threatened people with a gun, and then his version is, as soon as they got up to the quarry, he does all of these bad things. He points the gun at people, he puts them on their knees, he walks them to the space where they get executed. He has the gun in his hand, and the story that he's going to try to sell to you, the story that he used to dupe the police, the story that he's going to tell you is, I just put the gun on the hood of my car, and I was worried my Bluetooth on my phone wasn't connected to my car. So I got back into my car, and I just sat there. I was trying to connect my phone to my car. And then, I don't know what happened. Mia got into the car, and then we drove off. That's what the story he told to the police. That's the story he said in the 23rd, or in 2023. That's the story he's going to try to sell to you. That when this event here that is unknown happened, he put the gun down, walked away. This alpha, evil, violent man. Of course, again, it's our reasonable hypothesis that Blackie, who was high on meth, tweaking, he shoots them because they lied to him, because they crossed him, because they stole from him, because he wanted to dominate. Now, I'm going to come back to you probably next week where I can talk more about the law. You might hear both sides, tell you the reasons why you think you should vote in a particular way. The things to think about between now and then are what the judge is going to tell you with the law, right? We talked about this in jury instruction. You need to apply the law. And so the judge has told you about party to the crime. The theories under which you, Al, or anybody could be guilty of a crime. That they directly committed it. Who's the shooter? What happened in this box that we're talking about? Who did that? Alternate theory is that a person aids and abets the shooter. They help the shooter. The alternate theory number 3, that person was acting in a conspiracy. Now the state is going to call the 2 witnesses, right? There's 6 people at the scene, one's a cold-blooded killer, and 2 people are witnesses. They're going to call people that they say witnessed this, and they're going to call Nia Tao, the quiet homeless man, the cold-blooded killer. They're going to say, Bridget Schlick and Cam Rattensack say it's him. It has to be him. That's their story about who's the shooter. Now, in a week, they might come up here and say, well, we don't know who the shooter is. You might have reasons to doubt Bridget Schlick. You might have reasons to doubt Cam Rattensack. Because as I'll submit to you, there will be ample reasons to doubt their shooter. And then you might see them switch gears. Say, okay, well, even if he's not the shooter, he helped in some other way. And so as we're going through the trial, I want you to listen for certain things if you could. You can listen for anything, right? You're going to find out what you want to hear. But is there going to be any evidence of a plan? All right? Will there be any evidence of a plan? Because what Bridget Schlick will tell you, from that day all the way up until when she comes here that day, she thought there was going to be a beat tank. That's what she thought. And that is why Mr. Langfelder said, well, that makes you a bystander. That's what the police told her. If you didn't know that there was a plan, if you were just there because you're witnessing, you're a bystander. And as the judge will tell you, a bystander is not guilty. There's going to be zero evidence that there's a plan from anybody that's going to talk about this, other than a plan to Ham wanted to beat these guys up. That's what they thought. Neither Schlick nor Mr. Vang or Blackie, none of them are going to say that there was a plan to execute. Now, the reason that's important is what we talked about beforehand. What happened if
talking about mental health services, I guess, let's
Correct.
call it that. Why wouldn't that work?
Objection, Judge. She is not a psychologist. She can't render treatment for patients. She doesn't know what would and would not work for a mental health patient.
Mr. Tyson, you're going to have to establish a better predicate than
That's
that.
fine.
Sustained.
Did hearing the testimony of Suzanne Klein allay all your concerns?
No, it did not.
Did it allay any of them?
No, it did not.
You fear that Brendan might not even survive?
Objection as to leading.
Sustained.
You testified that you fear for his very survival.
I do.
The judge has an option here of committing him to the Department of Juvenile Justice. Are you aware of that?
I am.
Do you feel differently about a commitment program to the Department of Juvenile Justice as opposed to prison?
I'll be honest that I've researched prison a lot more than I have the juvenile justice. I'm in Facebook groups with families of inmates, so I understand that system a lot better than I do the juvenile.
Okay, fair enough. Have you made any efforts to explore community-based options?
I have.
What type of efforts have you made?
I got a list of APD group homes, and I started calling to see if there was one that would be willing to take him.
Okay.
I reached out to residential facilities to see if there was any residential facility that he would be a fit for.
Let's stick on group homes for 1
Okay.
minute. Any luck there?
Yes, I found an intensive behavioral group home 20 minutes from my house that has agreed to take him, who says they have a bed for him
Available when, though?
now.
Okay. And this is in the on the West Coast?
It is.
Oh, Florida.
It is.
Tampa area?
It is.
With an awareness of Brendan's needs?
Yes, they've screened him. They've met with him online. They've talked to him. They, I believe, I'm not positive, but I thought they had talked to his tutor. And then they've talked to me, and they know all of his needs.
Okay. And Brendan has been in custody since February of 2023, so
That's correct.
18 months or so.
That's correct.
Okay. Have you explored any transition type options moving from incarceration to community-based?
I have.
Okay, and I think you started to talk about this. What were those efforts?
Yeah. So there is a residential facility in Florida through Flyland where they've agreed, they've sent me an acceptance letter that they would accept him. And then if need be, after that, they have another facility in New Jersey that is a partial hospitalization program where he would live on campus. They also will take him. And then another residential facility, Onyx, has agreed to take him, along with, there's another program called Harmony that is matched up with them.
Harmony?
Harmony.
That's some sort of...
Harmony Recovery Health, I believe it is.
That's some sort of offshoot of Onyx? Or is there
Yeah.
on there, right?
Well, they're not together, but the person who set us up with Onyx is also setting us up with Harmony.
Okay. These, to my understanding, though, at least from a residential aspect, are short-term. Is that right?
Like 6 to 8 weeks.
Okay. If,
And the hospitalization, the partial hospitalization could be months.
so if Brendan were given an opportunity for a community-based sentence, you talked about a group home that has committed to him.
That's correct.
What about returning home? That didn't work at some point along the way here, so is that an option?
It's definitely an option. We want him to come home.
Okay. What's different?
One is we're not in the crisis that we were in before. Things have kind of settled down a little bit. My daughter doesn't live at home anymore. I've taken more classes, and this last year and a half, I have walked through so many fires, and I've come out stronger to where I talk to Brendan every day. And when Brendan and I talk, if he's upset about something, he calms down by the time we get off the phone. The periods when he was in jail, when there were some behaviors, were periods where he was kept away from me, that he didn't have access to a phone for weeks. And that was when some of the behaviors occurred. I feel like Brendan and I have such a bond, and that I think that Brendan will do well with me.
And he'd be welcome home at this point.
He would be welcomed home.
How else might that be structured? What other adults would be in his life?
My husband is there, as well as my 24-year-old son. And my husband and I both work from home.
Okay. So if this were structured as a community control, which is like a house arrest, which is house arrest, excuse me, could that work?
It absolutely could work. That, like I said, my husband and I both work from home. We have another man that has been in Brendan's life since this happened. He's a school resource officer. He lives 15 minutes away from us. He also will remain a constant in Brendan's life. We have...
Is it, before we move on from him, is that Jerome Powell?
Jerome Powell.
All right, Leanne Depa, the mother of the defendant, on the stand, basically is laying out a plan for him if the judge were to go along with it. The state is going to argue for prison time. She is about to get emotional. We'll have that when we return.
Join Court TV's Vinnie Politan.
In every story, in every trial, every case, there's at least two sides to it.
To dive into the latest.
Oh my God.
And breaking true crime stories.
This was a very targeted, very personal attack.
Inside.
I've never seen that in Discovery. I've been incarcerated 3 years.
And outside of the courtroom.
She's a psychopath.
Now, let's look at the other side of all of that.
Vinnie Politan Investigates. Tonight, 9/8 Central. Only on Court TV.
Storm 911, where's your emergency?
My wife had an accident. She's still breathing.
What kind of accident?
Still downstairs.
It's the story that's the focus of the Netflix series The Staircase. North Carolina versus Michael Peterson, a novelist accused of murdering his wife.
Kathleen was my life. I whispered her name in my heart 1,000 times.
You need to go and watch every minute of the entire trial on Court TV.
You got us banned from being room parents? I have never been more in love with you.
Who wants to go nuts for donuts?
Show him your folding trick.
I'm not in the mood for your sheet right now.
It's gotta hurt, huh? You keep me coming back for more.
There's gonna be trouble.
Are you silver?
Let's have it. Scared? You the law?
Oh, that's right.
I'll find you, and I'll kill you. Now all I need is a fresh horse, a saddle, and a gun.
Why is America paying attention to the race? Because what takes place on both sides of the aisle here can be seen on both sides of these aisles.
The Race, weeknights at 6 on Scripps News. Watch with an antenna or on your favorite streaming app.
We got a runner! I got him!
Blues! Party's over.
Let the games begin. Yeah, baby.
Let's get some order now, okay?
You know I got to get my dance on.
Hey, family! I'm coming back to this show. Isn't this just fabulous?
We carry the legacy of those who paved the way. We aren't just competitors.
Instead of just being a part of it, we are going to be a leader in the sport. We are looking forward to continuing to make history.
We are symbols of resilience and pride.
Only the best of the best survive.
A Bounce HBCU Yearbook, a year-long salute to historically black colleges and universities.
3, 2, 1, go. It's really important for Scripps News reporters to live where they are reporting.
You get to talk to people from all different backgrounds.
We do stories with people regardless of the political persuasions.
We're coming here as people, as your neighbors.
We know best what's happening in our communities.
And that's why I wake up every morning, is I hope I can deliver folks information so they can make an educated decision. I'm Forrest Saunders.
Ben Brown.
Jake Burns.
Rachel Louise Just.
Alex Miller. Scripps News.
Watch Scripps News, find with an antenna or on your favorite streaming app.
You budget. You pay bills.
Yet somehow, women like you, like me,
Are 80% more likely than men to live in poverty in retirement.
So here's what we're going to do now. We're going to save ourselves by setting a goal to save 2% more of our income for our retirement.
Why 2?
1% honors you, and 1% honors all womankind.
So come on. Learn more about the 2% challenge at wesaysaveit.org.
Back to Court TV Live, we're watching the sentencing hearing for a Florida high school student caught on video violently attacking a teacher's aide last year. Brendan Depa pled no contest to aggravated battery charges in the February of 2023 attack. Let's go back into the courtroom. His mother is on the stand and she's about to get emotional.
We have Tara and Rob Ferry that are here with us that live in our neighborhood. They have a son with autism, and they are also a support system. Rob, he educates, or he tutors students in computer science. He's offered to work with Brendan.
So far, these aren't just hypothetical adults in his life. They're in.
They're in his life. He talks to Jerome pretty much daily.
Okay.
Sometimes multiple times a day.
You're familiar, of course, he's working locally in the school with his teacher, Eugene Lopes, correct?
I am. Mm-hmm.
Would there be any continuing engagement there possible?
I would hope so. I hope that Gene will remain in our life forever.
Okay. Any other adults there that could have some sort of meaningful impact here?
We have Peggy and Doug Harwood that were here last time that helped with homeschooling Brendan. They also are a fine Christian family with strong faith who couldn't be here today, but have written a letter in support of Brendan and that they also will remain in his life.
Everyone is will be part of this apparatus if it comes to that.
Everybody wants the best. My entire family is here supporting us.
Let's go back to Jerome Powell for a minute. Is that also a placement option?
Jerome has offered to take Brendan. He wants to take Brendan. He feels led by God to be in Brendan's life. Jerome has worked as a paraprofessional, and he has worked as a school resource officer, and he has a son with autism. He's married to an RN. They have committed to being in Brendan's life.
Do you feel that this number of people, and perhaps more, this number of people can allay any concerns for public safety that might be held?
I think we can, because Brendan's always going to be with one of us. He's not going to be out in public on his own. He will be with one of us.
And do you envision continuing to, pull the levers on medication and counseling, et cetera?
I do. His therapist that's been with him for the last, since 2020, Ms. Gilchrist said that she will continue working with him.
Okay.
She's talked to him a couple of times on the phone since he's been in jail, and she looks forward to working with him.
And she's a therapist?
She is a therapist.
And that's her willingness to engage is based on knowing everything and having...
No, she knows, she knows everything, that she's also my personal therapist. She's seen how I've grown over the last year and a half, and she sees that we are able to manage Brendan and that she will remain a constant. She is a wonderful woman that is available at a phone call.
As the judge decides what to do here today, is there anything else you feel he needs to know?
Brendan has, he's had a hard life. He started out as a foster care baby who struggled, and he's felt abandoned by his birth family, and he felt abandoned by us when I sent him to South Carolina. He struggles with autism and behavioral issues. But other than that year where we had just extreme chaos from medical stuff going on, I was able to manage Brendan because I knew Brendan and I knew his triggers and I knew his needs and his strengths. And I beg you to let him come home with me. I want my son back. Thank you.
I don't have any other questions. Let's take a break. Okay. Let's take a 10-minute break. Court will be in recess.
All right, break in court there before the cross-examination of mother. There you see Brendan Depa watching along, his fate in a judge's hand after he pled no contest. Will he be headed off to prison, or will the judge go along with what the defense is asking for? And that is a hybrid scenario where he would be accepted into a couple programs and eventually land at home with his mother. Philip DeVay is watching along with us. He's in Los Angeles. What's your take on this one, Philip? What should be done?
This one breaks your heart, doesn't it, Ted? It's complicated. Let me just tell you what is unusual about this case. This young man not only suffers from the autism spectrum kind of disorder, they call it the ASD, but he also suffers from a personality disorder, the IED, we call it, intermittent explosive personality disorder. What Dr. Pritchard found when he did the evaluation of this young man is that he's actually intelligent, but he's dangerous. And the difficulty here is because he is a dual diagnosis, each ailment, namely the autism and the personality disorder, have to be treated in harmony, sort of coextensively. If you only treat one and not the other, this kid is always going to be on a trajectory of relapse, decompensating, and becoming dangerous again. So I have a feeling that because the doctor found him competent and intelligent, the judge is going to be looking more at the personality disorder, because that is something that is within his control through what they call in the healing arts CBT, which is cognitive behavioral therapy. So it's not even a medicinal form of treatment where you just sedate him, give him a tranquilizer. Instead, you sit him down in a room and you teach him how to put his bad behaviors in a box, knock it off. What can we do to help you wean yourself from these fits of pique?
Can he receive that in prison? Can he receive that type of therapy in a prison environment?
Absolutely. People are sentenced to prison every day in this country, Ted, with personality disorders. In fact, if all he had was a mental competency issue, the criminal proceedings would have come to a complete halt, and he would have gone to a state hospital for the juvenilely mentally ill until he reaches the age of majority. And from there, they would transfer him to an adult state hospital. If he never regains competency, then they find a locked conservatorship type placement for him. But we're not there because the doctors found him competent. He didn't meet the NGRI standard, in other words, not guilty by reason of insanity. So what ails this kid? If you notice, they keep dropping autism, autism, autism. They're never really once addressing intermittent explosive personality disorder. How are we going to treat that? Because the truth be told, if all you do is put him in a group home setting on probation without the cognitive behavioral therapy, this kid is a powder keg. And he will reoffend because they both have to be treated sort of in harmony and synergistically, if you will. I do think there is hope because of his age, and this can be treated, but you have to put him in the right setting. And I do think it can be done in prison. I'd be really surprised if he walks away from this without custody time.
Okay, we'll see it play out. Again, it's up to the judge what to do with Brendan Depa. We'll get a break here and pick it up with the cross-examination of Mom right after this.
Let the games begin.
Yeah, baby. Let's get some order now, okay?
I got to get my dance on.
Hey, family. I'm coming back to this show. Isn't this just fabulous?
It was a holiday parade that quickly turned tragic.
Evil has arrived and it's shown what it can do.
Darrell Brooks is accused of killing 6 people when he drove his vehicle through a crowd of spectators.
In a surprising move, Brooks waived his right to an attorney and instead will be representing himself.
Your life is not on the line. Mine is.
The Deadly Parade Crash Trial. Weekdays noon to 4 on Court TV. Legendary Trials.
Why is America paying attention to the race? Because what takes place on both sides of the aisle here can be seen on both sides of these aisles.
The Race, weeknights at 6 on Scripps News. Watch with an antenna or on your favorite streaming app.
Weeknights.
Daddy and I have some exciting news.
Laugh More has a new man of the house.
Sounds like a plan that makes everybody happy.
And he runs a pretty tight ship.
You got blackjack. That pays 3 cookies to 2. I have responsibilities.
My game starts in 20 minutes.
You said having kids would be fun.
I said making kids would be fun.
Man with a plan. Weeknights starting at 11:10 Central on Laugh More.
Are you laughing at me?
So hard.
I'm Marisa Giorgio, live from our studio in Missoula, Montana, and this is America Tonight.
Scripps News takes you ahead of the headlines.
We're reading between the lines there.
America Tonight on Scripps News. Find with an antenna or on your favorite streaming app.
Why is America paying attention to the race?
Because what happens in this town happens to your town too.
Here on the steps of the U.S. Capitol after a historic...
The decisions made in this house are felt in the heart of yours.
Every night on the race, we take you to the people, the policies, and the political points of impact.
We want to add some context around it tonight.
The Race, weeknights at 6/5 Central on Scripps News. Watch with an antenna or on your favorite streaming app.
You got us banned from being room parents? I have never been more in love with you.
Who wants to go nuts for donuts?
Show him your folding trick.
I'm not in the mood for your sheet right now.
That's gotta hurt, huh? You keep me coming back for more.
You budget. You pay bills.
Yet somehow, women like you, like me,
are 80% more likely than men to live in poverty in retirement.
So here's what we're gonna do now. We're going to save ourselves by setting a goal to save 2% more of our income for our retirement.
Why 2? 1% honors you.
And 1% honors all womankind.
So come on. Learn more about the 2% challenge at WeSaySaveIt.org.
We carry the legacy of those who paved the way. We aren't just competitors.
Instead of just being a part of it, we are going to be a leader in the sport. We are looking forward to continuing to make history.
We are symbols of resilience and pride.
Only the best of the best survive.
A Bounce HBCU Yearbook, a year-long salute to historically black colleges and universities.
3, 2, 1, go.
Let's head back to the state of Florida now, where we have been watching a sentencing hearing unfold for Brandon Depa. He's the special needs student who beat his teacher unconscious over a Nintendo Switch video game back in February. The attack was caught on school surveillance cameras, and it was shocking to watch. Now, the judge in this case has to figure out what to do with Brendan. Let's go back into the courtroom. His mother's on the stand, Leanne Depa, and it's time for her to be cross-examined.
Good morning, Mrs. Depa.
Good morning.
I wanted to go back through some of what Mr. Tyke had talked to you about. He kind of went through a timeline with you. It's my understanding that, as you've indicated, your son started the Bake Racks, 2018, was it?
Yes.
Okay. And eventually you moved him to Springbrook in November of 2019.
That's correct.
And he stayed there almost a year.
That's correct.
Okay, so he was out November of 2020 and then went into Echo here in Flagler County in November of 2020.
That's correct.
Okay. Now, going back to when Brendan was living at home, there were several violent outbursts at home, correct?
Throughout his life, he had problems with aggression. When he would when he would have like an emotional meltdown, he would become aggressive.
And he'd been aggressive with you?
Yeah, not to the point of causing any bruises, but more like pushing and stuff like that.
Okay. Been aggressive with his dad?
Maybe pushing.
Okay. With his sister?
Pushing, hitting. He and his sister both would hit each other.
And I know you had mentioned that you were fearful of Brendan around his sister, is that right?
At that time, both of them around each other, that she was very impulsive as well, having just gone through brain surgery.
And she's no longer living with you?
No, she's not.
Where is she living?
She has her own housing. She's working. She's going to church. She's doing very well.
Okay, and how old is she? What's the age difference?
She's 20.
So she's, what, about a year older?
A little bit more than a year, about 18 months older.
And once he got to Springbrook, I know you said initially you and your husband would try and visit, was it once a month?
We were trying to, yes.
And then obviously COVID hit and that disrupted.
That's correct.
Were you made aware while he was there some of the issues he was having at Springbrook?
I was.
And you agreed that this particular program, as far as you understood it, they specialized with autism, is that correct?
That's correct.
And it was a residential program, obviously.
It was.
Because he was up in South Carolina. But even while he was there, were you aware that he had attacked the staff?
I was.
Physically attacked them?
I was.
Were you aware that he was headbutting staff?
I was aware.
And I think he had punched the doctor multiple times.
I was aware.
Aware of that as well, throwing chairs, other objects?
I was aware.
And then you, as a family, decided to place him in Echo when insurance would no longer let him stay at Springbrook, is that right?
Correct.
And he moved into Echo, you said, November of 2020.
Correct.
And I think you indicated the plan was that was going to be a short-term placement with the hope of him coming home, is that right?
That's correct.
Okay. But he ultimately obviously lived at Echo from September 2020 until, what, February, March of 23?
That's correct.
Okay. And were you aware that while he was at Echo, he continued to have problems with aggression?
Well, it was an intensive behavioral group home, so I would expect him to have issues there.
Okay. Were you aware that he attacked other residents?
I was aware that there were fights that happened, and most of that was happened in the very beginning when he first got there.
Okay. So were you aware in late August of 2022 that he had attacked a housemate physically and that it required attention from the nurse, the other housemate?
No, I was not aware of that.
Okay. Were you aware in the end of August of 2022 that he was groping female staff inappropriately?
So what I had heard about that situation is that he touched a female staff in the car, I think, and said something along the lines of she was pretty or something like that.
Right, touched her 3 different times on the way to school?
I wasn't aware of how many times, but I was aware that he had touched her in the car as they were driving to school, and he said that she was pretty or something like that.
And in March of 2022, he had ripped the door off of a wall and charged at staff. Were you aware of that?
No.
Okay. So fair to say that his aggressive behavior was continuing well into his stay at Echo, is that right?
According to what you're reading, but yes, but again, it was an intensive behavioral group home where APD had determined around December that he no longer met being a level 6, but that was a level 5. So he was definitely showing progress, and that APD determined he was no longer a level 6, he was a level 5.
And you said that while he was staying at Echo, your family, I think it was you and your husband, would take turns and see your son about twice a month, is that right?
Correct.
But you all never brought him home to visit? It was always you coming here?
That's correct.
And why was that?
I asked him. I wanted him to come home and spend a couple of weeks with us in the summertime because I was hoping that that would be a good transition to start bringing him home. I requested it of Brendan, but Brendan was afraid that it would make him too emotional to come home and then turn around and have to go back.
Now, I'm sorry?
I'm sorry.
You would agree Brendan does not have any issues with drugs or alcohol, is that right?
He does not.
Right, he doesn't use any type of
He does not.
drugs, other than medications he's supposed to be taking from the doctors.
Correct.
He doesn't use drugs.
That's correct.
Doesn't abuse alcohol.
No, he doesn't.
And I know that you have tried to do some research for yourself to find placement for him.
That's correct.
And I think you mentioned 2 facilities. One was Flyland.
Flyland.
Flyland, okay.
Yes.
And you would agree that Flyland is primarily treatment for drug addiction?
No, I thought so too. And when I reached out to my insurance company for things that they were sending me, and I said, you know, most of what you're sending me is saying drug abuse and addiction. And they're like, no, they all the ones that we're sending you in these places, they have a whole mental health portion that's separate from that. So I verified that there was a mental health track that had nothing to do with addiction.
Okay. Your Honor, can I have the podium?
Yes. There you go.
Oh, hold on.
And we do, I think,
Just give me 1 second. I don't have a question. I'm just trying to get my computer. Okay. So I looked up Flyland. You would agree this is the facility that you had discovered?
Well, Flyland has multiple facilities.
Right. They have one in Florida, and I think one out.
Yeah, I can tell you the
state.
exact name if you need the exact name of the place.
No, my question to you is, because we can see right here, they have one Boca Raton, West Palm Beach, Okeechobee, and then something out in California, Pompano Beach, correct? That's your understanding?
Yes.
Okay. And so in looking at their website, when you look at their treatment and they say what we treat, you would agree that's listing off more or less drug treatment.
I can't see the screen from here.
There should be one right in front of you.
It's not showing on it.
I don't know why. Is it working?
It's starting to come on. It's booting up.
Let me know when it's up.
Okay. Can I turn it?
Sure, if it burns.
I guess not. I have to move.
Is it working? And so can you see where it says Flyland Recovery Network?
I do see.
All right, the state basically talking to Mom and saying, well, you know, one of the places you recommended, it mainly treats addiction, and they're trying to show the court that this might not be the best place for him. Philip DeBay still watching with us. The maximum here in this case is 30 years in prison. He's not going to get anywhere near that, correct?
No. I mean, he's so young, and to my knowledge, he doesn't have any violence in his criminal background, you know, at least prior convictions or prior juvenile adjudications. But the judge can still put him in a very restrictive environment. And I do predict, though, that because he is an adult and the behavior is escalating, and that the only thing that really seemed to curtail these acts of aggression is incarceration, that he's going to get locked up. And what the judge would typically do in a situation like this is recommend a facility within the Department of Corrections that is equipped to deal with cognitive behavioral dysfunctions such as intermittent explosive personality disorder, where they literally sit with him in a one-on-one and teach him how to recognize his own triggers, how to avoid them, how to talk about it, and not use physical aggression when acting on these types of irrational impulses. And 9 times out of 10, what they're upset about is just petty nonsense. I mean, just ridiculous, like in this particular case, or for not being able to play with a video game. And to just pulverize somebody for that means you're a danger to society. And one of the best kept secrets in this country, Ted, is that school districts are loath to provide placements and educational services outside the district because it's on their dime. They do whatever they can to find resources within the district so that it fits within an already existing sort of earmarked budget. And if they have to go outside of that, it means sometimes they have to go for extra funding, or they have to dip into their slush fund and have to deplete money that could be available for other stuff. So they don't go out on a limb. You know, one of the best schools in this country, or at least widely publicized, is Provo Canyon in Utah, where districts will pay for kids' care and education to help treat them for learning disabilities, personality disorders, emotional disturbances, but it's all on the dime of the school district. So
are you saying that the school? Are you saying that the schools failed him, or he was failed? And if so, then is prison the place to send him?
Well, here's the thing. It might be, but not for 30 years. Hopefully, they can send him there long enough, first of all, to get a whiff of what it's like to be locked up and curtail the behavior, and get him hooked up with a team of practitioners there who can holistically treat him, as opposed to just put him in a situation where he just won't reoffend because he's confined. But if you provide him with custodial services while he's locked up, I think it can be effective. I think some of the best practitioners in this country work for our Department of Corrections throughout the nation. I mean, some of the best doctors, psychologists, social workers work in the penal system, if you will. And I'm not even worried about whether he'll get good care. Honestly, I'm not. I just hope that he can reach a level of self-awareness and knock out the behavior, because the doctors have said he is intelligent enough and has the capacity to control his behavior, but instead he chooses to act on his impulses. And that means he's dangerous. So hopefully, because he is so young, and this is the first time it's reached this level, he could benefit from a short stint in prison with intense therapeutic care while locked up.
All right, let's get a break, and we will watch more of the cross-examination of the defendant's mother on the stand at this sentencing hearing. Stay with us.
On the next episode of Accomplice to Murder.
The call came in as a boy not breathing.
Paul was the person who had been carrying out a lot of the punishments that Shonda had chosen to inflict upon Timothy.
At some point, were you instructed to do something with him because he wouldn't wake up? Put him in an ice bath. How does a 15-year-old child die as a result of malnutrition?
Accomplice to Murder with Vanny Politan. Season finale Sunday night, 8/7 Central. Only on Court TV.
Let the games begin.
Yeah, baby. Let's get some order now, okay?
You know I got to get my dance on.
Hey, family. I'm coming back to this show. Isn't this just fabulous?
I'm the armor, or at least I was.
A famous actor in a movie set accident that ended in tragedy.
I try and cock the gun goes off.
Now the film's armorer has been charged with involuntary manslaughter.
Just because it's an accident doesn't mean that it's not criminal.
Court TV takes you inside the courtroom as Hannah Gutierrez faces a jury.
The Baldwin movie shooting trial, weekdays 8 to noon on Court TV Legendary Trials.
We got a runner. I got him.
Close. Party's over.
You got us banned from being room parents? I have never been more in love with you.
Who wants to go nuts for donuts?
Show him your folding trick.
I'm not in the mood for your sheet right now.
That's gotta hurt, huh?
You keep me coming back for more.
It's really important for Scripps News reporters to live where they are reporting.
You get to talk to people from all different backgrounds.
We do stories with people regardless of the political persuasions.
We're coming here as people, as your neighbors.
We know best what's happening in our communities.
And that's why I wake up every morning, is I hope I can deliver folks information so they can make an educated decision. I'm Forrest Saunders,
Ben Brown,
Jake Burns,
Rachel Louise Just,
Alex Miller, Scripps News.
Watch Scripps News, find with an antenna, or on your favorite streaming app.
Why is America paying attention to the race?
Because what happens in this town happens to your town too.
Here on the steps of the U.S. Capitol after a historic...
The decisions made in this house are felt in the heart of yours.
Every night on the race, we take you to the people, the policies, and the political points of impact.
We want to add some context around it tonight.
The Race, weeknights at 6/5 Central on Scripps News. Watch with an antenna or on your favorite streaming app.
Why is America paying attention to the race? Because what takes place on both sides of the aisle here can be seen on both sides of these aisles.
The Race, weeknights at 6 on Scripps News. Watch with an antenna or on your favorite streaming app.
Give me something new. I want the real you.
That is the best idea I've ever heard.
Yes, of course we can get you more.
Rex, go! Angus MacGyver.
The fun is just beginning.
Just give me more.
Let's head back to Florida now and pick up our coverage of the sentencing hearing for a special needs student who attacked a teacher's aide at school. Brandon Depa kicked, punched, and jumped on Joanne Nadich after he was upset that she told him to stop playing his Nintendo Switch and to put it away. He ended up breaking her ribs and knocking her unconscious. Depa's mother says that he has ADHD and some other disorders. He's facing up to 30 years in prison. That's the maximum. He won't get anywhere near that. But the state is asking that he go to prison. The defense, specifically his mother, has come up with some alternatives, including separate programs which would eventually lead him back home into her and her husband's care in their home. Let's see what the judge, well, we'll find out what the judge does a little bit later, but let's continue to watch the cross-examination of the defendant's mother on the stand.
And then what it says, what we treat, and you would agree what's listed under there is drug treatment and alcohol treatment.
That is true.
Okay. And then you also would agree that their facilities are not secure. What I mean by that is they don't have fencing around their facilities. If a person wants to leave the facility, they just walk out the door.
Well, there would be staff there to stop them.
Right, but there's no gates, there's no barbed wire. It is not a secure facility. Is that correct?
I don't know enough to tell you all their details of their facility, but we do have the rep on the Zoom. If you would like to ask the rep, he's on there.
I'm asking you because you researched it. And so my question to you is, this is not a secure facility, is it?
I was told that it was the top of the level for residential, but I was told that it would meet his needs for residential.
Again, were you told it was a secure facility?
I was told that it was the top of the line for residential.
Okay, you're not answering my question.
I'm answering it the best I can.
Okay. And looking at their video where they show their facilities, we can clearly see their facilities are not gated. Would you agree?
I can't see the facility.
Is it playing a video for you?
No, it's not. No, it's kind of like, there's no picture of the outside. This is California.
No, I know. Previously it was the Florida facility.
Yeah, no, I don't know which building we're looking at because I think we're looking at multiple different places. I see a wall.
And with Onyx, which can you see on your screen in front of you?
I do.
Okay, this is the Onyx that you had looked into, is that right?
That's correct.
Okay. And you would agree that this facility also is not a gated facility?
I don't know that.
Okay. Now, when you talked about Brendan when he was younger, I got the impression early on you didn't necessarily agree with some of the, I guess you called them labels, when he was being diagnosed with different things.
I don't know that I didn't agree with them. As an occupational therapist, our goal was always to treat clients with what their individual strengths and needs were. As a professional, I am not about labels, and I did not want him to have a label that followed him throughout any kind of documentation and insurance companies and everything else. I was more about getting to the bottom of what he needed and working on what he needed.
And so you were resistant to hit some of the diagnoses because you were afraid that that would be labeling him. Is that a fair statement?
That's fair.
Okay. And I also got the impression from your testimony with Mr. Tyfke that you were hesitant about medications as well.
I was.
That you didn't necessarily think that the medications were the best thing for him.
I wasn't hesitant about all medications, but there's a lot of those high-dose psychiatric medications that have lots of...
All right, Brendan's mother on the stand, as the state continues to cross-examine her. We'll get a break, get you back in the courtroom for more right after this.
Why is America paying attention to the race? Because what takes place on both sides of the aisle here can be seen on both sides of these aisles.
The Race, weeknights at 6 on Scripps News. Watch with an antenna or on your favorite streaming app.
Durham 911, where's your emergency?
My wife had an accident. She's still breathing.
What kind of accident?
Still downstairs.
It's the story that's the focus of the Netflix series The Staircase. North Carolina versus Michael Peterson, a novelist accused of murdering his wife.
Kathleen was my life. I whispered her name in my heart 1,000 times.
You need to go and watch every minute of the entire trial on Court TV.
Let the games begin.
Yeah, baby! Let's get some order. Oh, okay.
No, I got to get my dance on.
Hey, family! I'm coming back to this show. This is just fabulous.
Why is America paying attention to the race?
Because what happens in this town happens to your town too.
Here on the steps of the U.S. Capitol after a
The
historic...
decisions made in this house are felt in the heart of yours.
Every night on the race, we take you to the people, the policies, and the political points of impact.
We want to add some context around it tonight.
The Race, weeknights at 6/5 Central on Scripps News. Watch with an antenna or on your favorite streaming app.
8 hours of back-to-back true crime cases every Saturday.
This is crazy.
On America's original true crime obsession. 48 hours on Court TV. Saturday starting at 4/3 Central on Court TV.
A masked hero, a faithful sidekick, a trusty steed,
Silver!
and a boundless trail of blazing adventure.
So you're the masked man? I'm afraid so. Coming after you.
Thundering its way into our weekday lineup.
This mask stands for justice.
Come on! The Lone Ranger. Wednesdays on Grit Extra.
We'll be waiting for them.
Television with backbone.
It's really important for Scripps News reporters to live where they are reporting.
You get to talk to people from all different backgrounds.
We do stories with people regardless of the political persuasions.
We're coming here as people, as your neighbors.
We know best what's happening in our communities.
And that's why I wake up every morning, is I hope I can deliver folks information so they can make an educated decision. I'm Forrest Saunders.
Ben Brown.
Jake Burns.
Rachel Louise Just.
Alex Miller, Scripps News.
Watch Scripps News, find with an antenna or on your favorite streaming app.
Saturday night. First you moved in, you banned cigar smoke and kitchen nudity.
Oscar Madison.
Just doing my daily yoga.
Felix Unger. You're not exactly a guy's guy.
Why? Because I use coasters? I'm an accomplished photographer. Perfect, let's start shooting. And I can make a pair of tap shoes talk. What do you say, boys?
Together, they're the odd couple. Here, hold that.
Oscar, is that coffee? I just cleaned the rug.
Better not move. The Odd Couple, Saturday starting 7/6 Central on Laugh More.
You budget. You pay bills.
Yet somehow women like you, like me,
are 80% more likely than men to live in poverty in retirement.
So here's what we're going to do now. We're going to save ourselves by setting a goal to save 2% more of our income for our retirement.
Why 2? 1% honors you.
And 1% honors all womankind.
So come on. Learn more about the 2% challenge at WeSaySaveIt.org.
Thousands of women have restored their vaginal moisture. Join them at Reverie.com.
Welcome back to Court TV Live. I'm Ted Rollins along with Kelly Kraft. Great to have you along with us. We're following a couple cases here. Mainly, we're in Florida this morning. We're watching the sentencing hearing for 19-year-old Brendan Depa. He is the teen with autism who beat his teacher unconscious over that new Nintendo Switch. He faces a maximum of 30 years in prison. It's very unlikely he's going to get anywhere close to that. We're also in Wisconsin for the triple murder retrial for the defendant, Naya Tao. That's underway. We're going to be time shifting that. We'll watch this. This is a first-degree intentional homicide case. It's a retrial. It's an interesting one up in Wisconsin, and we'll be monitoring that throughout the day. And also in California, opening statements getting underway this hour. In another case that we are covering, it's Owen Shover is the defendant in this one, and we're calling it the missing classmate murder trial. Prosecutors say he killed his childhood friend back in 2019 because she got him expelled from school. Her body's never been located. So busy day, but let's head back to Florida and more of the Depa sentencing.
Side effects. A lot of the same side effects of the drugs as far as what they're supposed to treat. It can also cause the same exact thing. So something that's supposed to treat anxiety can cause anxiety. Something that's supposed to treat depression can cause hallucinations. So all of these drugs have side effects that I was concerned with.
And I'm assuming that this would just be you, I guess, Googling the drug and reading for yourself what possible side effects would be. Is that right?
That, and then when I would get pamphlets. So, you know, I would get pamphlets like we actually got the Abilify. And I read on there that it could cause all kinds of major neurological issues. And so after reading that and seeing that I was managing him through structure and through having a behavior plan that we followed at home, and having him where he knew what his day was going to be like, and I was there with him with homeschool families, I didn't feel at that time I needed to put him on that kind of medication when he was young because I was managing it.
But fair to say, as time went on, your ability to manage it wasn't working.
And that's when I put him on the medication.
And again, you would agree that as time went on, you as a family couldn't manage Brendan.
We couldn't agree with all the chaos and the crisis that was going on in my house with my mother and my daughter, and then eventually my husband's heart attack.
Well, I would assume as a mother, to make a decision to send your child to live multiple states away in a mental hospital would probably be a difficult one.
It was extremely difficult, and I didn't expect it to be a year. I expected it to be a few months, not a year.
But I would assume as a mother, it's almost out of desperation that you would have to send him so far away because you couldn't do it at home. You couldn't handle him anymore. Is that a fair statement?
And that we had to send him so far away because the insurance companies didn't have anything local. And I was struggling with my daughter having had brain surgery and my mother going through pancreatic cancer.
I'm not discounting, please don't think that. I'm not discounting that you had a...
But I want to make sure that it's known that it's not him. If this had not been going on, I couldn't manage him. I couldn't manage him because of everything else outside of him. It was not, I couldn't manage him if we hadn't gone through this.
And I know you said your husband at some point had a heart attack. When was that?
Yeah, he had a heart attack in September of 2020.
Okay, so during the pandemic?
Yes.
And thankfully, I believe he fully recovered, is that right?
He did.
And so after he recovered from his heart attack, Brennan, though, still remains at ECHO, correct?
Correct. Well, I mean, it was a period of recovery that he was, going through cardiac rehab and medications and having to wear a machine. So we went through a long period of the recovery.
You would agree that didn't take 3 years?
Brendan wasn't there for 3 years.
Brendan moves in September of 2020, and he is discharged into ECHO?
No, November
2020.
November 2020.
And then discharged after this incident, February 23.
Yes.
You said your husband had his heart attack in September 2020. So we're talking about several years that go by.
Right.
But Brendan doesn't return home.
I offered, first of all, I wanted to do a step-down procedure to where Brendan would start coming to our house and spending, weeks during the summer and things like that with us so that we can transition to Brendan being home. I had offered, Brendan didn't want to do that because Brendan was afraid it would be too hard for him to come and go. I offered to find him a group home closer to us so we could spend more time together as a family. He didn't want to do that. He wanted to stay at Matanzas High School. He wanted to graduate Matanzas High School. It wasn't because we didn't want Brendan closer to home. Brendan wanted to be there at Matanzas.
And you had mentioned that you found placement at a group home somewhere in the Tampa area.
I did.
And this group home, is this similar to ECHO?
It is.
In what way?
It's an intensive behavioral group home.
And what level?
They can take a level 6.
And was there a reason why you didn't place Brendan there back in 2020?
I didn't know about them, and they weren't available back then. Back then, there were, so what happens is like when they were looking for a group home, they put out, APD puts out a statement to all the group homes who has availability, who has a bed. There were only a couple places that had a bed, and ECHO was one of them. They interviewed Brendan and they took him. I never wanted Brendan across the state. I would much rather have been able to see Brendan weekly.
And you would agree that your son, Brendan, I think you had mentioned it when he was younger, is very intelligent. He was reading at a young age. Is that a yes, ma'am?
Yes, it is.
And I apologize, but we have to make sure
I'm
we
sorry.
have the record. That's okay. So he sounds like he was a very intelligent young man. Is that correct?
He had his strengths along with his weaknesses.
Sure, I think everybody does. But my impression from you was, even at the age of 4, he was reading, writing sentences.
He was.
Which you would agree is atypical for a 4-year-old.
Yes, I think that he's twice exceptional.
And he always did well with you through homeschooling academically.
Correct.
And even when he transitioned eventually to Matanzas, the public school, academically he was doing pretty well.
I think that he was like behind a lot, and I think he needed a lot of prompting. From my understanding, he frequently had, he would avoid doing his work. He would put his head down and go to sleep. Some of that could have been the medications that he was on that made him real sleepy. So he frequently would lay his head down, or he would avoid doing the work. He was behind. He did well in the computer class, but in the rest of the classes, in his IEP, they stated that he was behind in his work, and we were thinking it was going to probably take him another year or two just to get caught up from being behind.
And you mentioned the computer class. He was actually in a mainstream, I think, advanced computer class. Is that correct?
One.
Yes. Because again, he's an intelligent young man. That was not as
well.
much
That's one of his strengths.
Okay. And you had mentioned when he was at ECHO that they would have periodic, I don't know if they were meetings or what have you, with the psychiatrist. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And then ECHO participated in those meetings, but you didn't necessarily.
That's correct, because it was how they did the telehealth, and he was physically there and I wasn't.
Okay. So you didn't participate in the I guess, progress meetings with the psychiatrist while he was at ECHO?
No, I did not. That, like again, I said it was a telehealth, and I was physically over on the other side of the state. I always talked to Donna before and afterwards, but being there on the call, I was not on the call. If there was ever an issue, we would ask, I would call the psychiatrist and set up the call.
All right, thank you. I don't have any other questions.
Mr. Tyfke, can you redirect?
Okay, listening to the defendant's adoptive mother on the stand talking about the difficulties that he had growing up, a lot of challenges. We do want to bring in our guest for this hour to discuss this case. Joining us now from Los Angeles, California, criminal defense attorney and former prosecutor Marie Pereira. Marie, thank you so much for joining us. What's your takeaway from what we're hearing from the mother on the stand?
I think at the end of the day, she is his mother, so she's looking at it from a mother's lens. But regardless of what she said, I feel that he's a danger to society because his issues, he's on drugs or he's he's got IQ and can't understand. He understands. He just has an issue with following orders, impulse control, and has that type of intermittent cognitive personality disorder that will live with him for the rest of his life. And maybe a little bit of incarceration would be okay for him, because incarceration is a form of deterrence. And he does have ability to understand right from wrong. He just doesn't want to listen to people. When they say no, he gets angry and he attacks.
He does have a support system in place ready to accept him. And yes, he's facing a top of 30 years. Not going to happen. He's nowhere near 30 years. Just that would be insanity in terms of sentencing. So is prison, because to your point, if he's a danger to society, you ship him to prison, he's going to be out in X amount of years, and his support system is the penal system, and you're going to learn to be good, Brendan. I'm not sure that that's that easy. If you're trying to protect society from Brendan Depa, why not allow him to get help in a controlled environment?
Because the controlled environment is not necessarily something that's going to be a permanent fix for him. And I think in this situation, let's not forget, someone was hurt and attacked. I don't think that he's definitely going to get anything like 30 years or even, years even, but he should have some sort of type of incarceration, because I think he has enough understanding to at least say, you know what, if I do this again, I may end up in prison.
Yeah. Good point. All right, let's get a break. Well, next witness come up, a special ed teacher that knows Brendan and has dealt with him. He's next on the witness stand. We'll watch when we return.
Join Court TV's Vinnie Politan.
In every story, in every trial, every case, there's at least two sides to it.
To dive into the latest.
Oh my God.
And breaking true crime stories.
This was a very targeted, very personal attack.
Inside.
I've never seen that in Discovery. I've been incarcerated 3 years.
And outside of the courtroom.
She's a psychopath.
Now, let's look at the other side of all of that.
Vinnie Politan Investigates. Tonight, 9/8 Central. Only on Court TV.
911, where's your emergency?
My wife had an accident. She's still breathing.
What kind of accident?
Down them stairs.
It's the story that's the focus of the Netflix series The Staircase. North Carolina versus Michael Peterson, a novelist accused of murdering his wife.
Kathleen was my life. I whispered her name in my heart 1,000 times.
You need to go and watch every minute of the entire trial on Court TV.
Let the games begin.
Yeah, baby.
Let's get some order now, okay?
You know I got to get my dance on.
Hey, family! I'm coming back to this show. Isn't this just fabulous?
I'm Marisa Giorgio, live from our studio in Missoula, Montana, and this is America Tonight.
Scripps News takes you ahead of the headlines.
We're reading between the lines there.
America Tonight on Scripps News. Find with an antenna or on your favorite streaming app.
It's really important for Scripps News reporters to live where they are reporting.
You got to talk to people from all different backgrounds.
We do stories with people regardless of the political persuasions.
We're coming here as people, as your neighbors.
We know best what's happening in our communities.
And that's why I wake up every morning, is I hope I can deliver folks information so they can make an educated decision. I'm Forrest Saunders.
Ben Brown.
Jake Burns.
Rachel Louise Just. Alex Miller. Scripps News.
Watch Scripps News. Find with an antenna or on your favorite streaming app.
You got us banned from being room parents? I have never been more in love with you.
Who wants to go nuts for donuts?
Show them your folding trick.
I'm not in the mood for your sheet right now.
That's gotta hurt, huh?
You keep me coming back for more.
We carried the legacy of those who paved the way. We aren't just competitors.
Instead of just being a part of it, we are going to be a leader in the sport. We are looking forward to continuing to make history.
We are symbols of resilience and pride.
Only the best of the best survive.
A Bounce HBCU Yearbook, a year-long salute to historically black colleges and universities.
3, 2, 1, go.
Why is America paying attention to the race? Because what takes place on both sides of the aisle here can be seen on both sides of these aisles.
The Race, weeknights at 6 on Scripps News. Watch with an antenna or on your favorite streaming app.
Why is America paying attention to the race?
Because what happens in this town happens to your town too.
Here on the steps of the U.S. Capitol after a historic...
The decisions made in this house are felt in the heart of yours.
Every night on the race, we take you to the people, the policies, and the political points of impact.
We want to add some context around it tonight.
The Race, weeknights at 6/5 Central on Scripps News. Watch with an antenna or on your favorite streaming app.
We got a runner! I got him! Close!
Party's over.
Welcome back, everyone. We are bringing you the sentencing hearing for the Florida high school student caught on video violently attacking a teacher's aide last year. Brendan Depa.
Yes, he's Brendan Depa. He pled no contest to aggravated battery charges in the February 2023 attack. Let's go back to the courtroom. We'll pick it up with the testimony now of a special education teacher. This is a guy that the mom talked about on the stand, saying that he, Gene, she called him Gene Lopes, his name's Eugene Lopes, has been in Brendan's life, talks to him often, and she really is indebted to him. In fact, she got a little emotional when she talked about him. So he's now on the stand. Let's go in.
Can it work? Can that be successful? How much can it be modular?
It works. Does it work 100% of the time? No, because we can't anticipate everything that might happen, and we are. People have this impression of special ed teachers as some sort of above the fold, but we're people. We like what we do. We love what we do. You know, so when it goes, when we move, when things happen, it's falling back on the experience and just making sure that you don't make it worse.
Let's talk about Brendan specifically. You first met him when?
I first met Brendan in November of last year. And just as a very quick backstory, like everyone else, when I saw the video, I was appalled. I had a visceral reaction to it, and I've told Brendan this, and I have told his mother this, that my initial response was pretty much the same as everyone, that how can this happen? And then I'm guessing a month, 6 weeks after the incident took place was when I read Leanne Depa's article in the paper about Brendan. I cried when I read it. I cry now when I think about it. I also was ashamed of myself that as someone who had dedicated my adult life to working with children with disabilities, that I didn't even think further into it, deeper into it, to see, you know, that things happen for reasons. And so what I did was that day, I because it was pretty easy to track down Leanne since she did write that she was an occupational therapist. And I called her that day, and I'm gonna guess this was March, April, and asked her if there was, and explained what I just said, and asked her if there was something I could do, because I realized that she was in Tampa and I was here in Palm Coast.
I've managed to go 18 months without consuming any of the noise on this, media, nothing. So what was it in that, of what you read, that so radically shifted your perspective from this visceral reaction to a video to sympathy? Was it the mention of disability, or you tell me?
No, I will tell you that my empathy and sympathy towards parents of kids who have disabilities started with that first student. And that first student, Anthony, we had him for 3 years, and he was still the only autistic kid included in the school. We finished in the school he was in, and he went to another school. That lasted 2 months before he was sent back to a out-of-district placement. His mother contacted myself and the other teacher at work and asked us just to have lunch with her and Anthony, you know, and catch up. And Anthony was pretty much nonverbal. He was not. He would not have been an ideal candidate for.
Jack, I'm not sure that we're answering the question.
Sustained. Restate the question.
Yeah, that's
okay.
Hang on.
Yeah, just
restate the question.
A little more targeted, I guess, the question. You indicated that you read something that was authored by Brendan's mom.
Okay.
And, right, and based on that, now you're feeling a different way about what you saw on video.
Yeah, because I had spent my whole life advocating for parents and for students. And in this case, I went the opposite way without any other knowledge except for a video.
I see. Okay. That provided context for you that mattered.
Yes.
All right, I see. So when did you, so you are interacting with his mother, you're gathering information, I'm guessing, before you first see Brendan?
Yes.
So, okay, and when did you, I think I asked you that already, but your initial meeting with Brendan, was it at the jail, I'm guessing?
Yes, because at the time that I was speaking to Leanne, since Brendan was a juvenile, he was sent to Jacksonville. Leanne and I had spoken a number of times and met personally a number of times, and then, and I'm not sure if it was Leanne or myself who contacted the Chief Engert at the jail, and when he was brought back to Flagler.
And how did the initial face-to-face go? Is there a breaking in period? Who are you?
Well, I'm going to say that Chief Engert is my hero. Chief Engert, when we approached him about this, he made sure I had a meeting with him, and he was very clear at that time that this isn't a local case. This is a worldwide case, and you know we cannot have this go bad. So I had an extensive meeting with him, and then he also wanted to make sure that Brendan and I were going to be a match, that was going to work. And so on, I believe I'm going to say November 30th or somewhere around there, he arranged for us to come in. And the weird thing that day was that they brought Brendan in and he had no idea why he was being brought in. And we had that initial meeting. And again, as a credit Chief Engert, this was the decision to go forward was mine, if I wanted to, but it also was Brendan. He specifically asked Brendan, is this something you want to do? And at the time, I'm not sure Brendan was completely, sure what was going on, but he did agree to it.
Okay. Other initial impressions, any, hallmarks of disability as you've seen it over the years, or?
Yeah, the initial meeting was, he was guarded. He didn't, look much at you. He didn't speak a whole lot in answering when questions were asked of him. And I think some of that was that he didn't, he didn't know what was going on. So it was, clearly I could see the inattention, at times moving away. But I've also come to know that while he may not be looking at you, he is listening.
Is developing trust worthwhile in that?
That was the beginning of this, was all about trust. And it was trust on both of our parts. I had to believe that I could trust him. And he had to believe that I was there for the right reason, that I was, look, Brendan said to me, the second or third day we were there, he said to me, everybody hates me, why don't you? A great question, because he had only heard the negatives. And that's when I actually had shared my story with him about how in the beginning, I wasn't Team Brendan.
Right.
So yes, the trust is, and it is two-way, because if I didn't trust him, I would not be able to have continued to come back.
Sure. Mutual trust has been achieved then?
Oh, absolutely.
All right, let's talk about just specifically what you're doing with him while you're visiting him. What's the plan?
The plan was, and again, going in, this is something for me that I'm doing for the first time. And I guess it's a good thing that I can say that this is the first time I've ever been inside of a jail. So it was a new experience for me. But they have a program set up at the jail, and again, kudos to the Sheriff Staley and Chief Enger, in having this there. So there is a program that is available to the inmates. Not enough of them take advantage of it. So I was kind of given a quick introduction to it by the person, Paul, who runs the program in the jail, by Travis Thomas, who is works from, it's run through Flagler Technical College. So I had to learn the programs, I had to learn the materials, I had to learn, what, again, having not done GED training before, and that is the goal.
Listening to the testimony from the special education teacher. We're going to have more from Brendan Depa's sentencing hearing when we come back. You're watching Court TV, your front row seat to justice.
Why is America paying attention to the race? Because what takes place on both sides of the aisle here can be seen on both sides of these aisles.
The Race, weeknights at 6 on Scripps News. Watch with an antenna or on your favorite streaming app.
It was a holiday parade that quickly turned tragic.
Evil has arrived and it's shown what it can do.
Darrell Brooks is accused of killing 6 people when he drove his vehicle through a crowd of spectators.
In a surprising move, Brooks waived his right to an attorney and instead will be representing himself.
Your life is not on the line. Mine is.
The Deadly Parade Crash Trial. Weekdays noon to 4 on Court TV. Legendary Trials.
I'm the armor, or at least I was.
A famous actor in a movie set accident that ended in tragedy.
I turn and cock the gun, the gun goes off.
Now the film's armorer has been charged with involuntary manslaughter.
Just because it's an accident doesn't mean that it's not criminal.
Court TV takes you inside the courtroom as Hannah Gutierrez faces a jury.
The Baldwin movie shooting trial. Weekdays 8 to noon on Court TV Legendary Trials.
You got us banned from being room parents? I have never been more in love with you.
Who wants to go nuts for donuts?
Show him your folding trick.
I'm not in the mood for your sheet right now.
That's gotta hurt, huh? You keep me coming back for more.
A masked hero, a faithful sidekick, a trusty steed, and a boundless trail of blazing adventure.
So you're the masked man? I'm afraid so. Coming after you.
Thundering its way into our weekday lineup.
This mask stands for justice. Come on.
The Lone Ranger, Wednesdays on Grit Extra.
We'll be waiting for them.
Television with backbone.
Why is America paying attention to the race?
Because what happens in this town happens to your town too.
Here on the steps of the U.S. Capitol after a
The
historic...
decisions made in this house are felt in the heart of yours.
Every night on the race, we take you to the people, policies, and the political points of impact.
We want to add some context around it tonight.
The Race, weeknights at 6/5 Central on Scripps News. Watch with an antenna or on your favorite streaming app.
Saturday night. First you moved in, you banned cigar smoke and kitchen nudity. Oscar Madison.
Just doing my daily yoga.
Felix Unger.
You're not exactly a guy's guy. Why? Because I use coasters? I'm an accomplished photographer. Perfect, let's start shooting. And I can make a pair of tap shoes talk. What do you say, boys?
Together, they're the odd couple.
Here, hold that. Oscar, is that coffee? I just cleaned the rug.
Better not move. The Odd Couple, Saturday starting 7/6 Central on Laugh More.
We carried the legacy of those who paved the way. We aren't just competitors.
Instead of just being a part of it, we are going to be a leader in the sport. We are looking forward to continuing to make history.
We are symbols of resilience and pride.
Only the best of the best survive.
A Bounce HBCU Yearbook, a year-long salute to historically black colleges and universities.
3, 2, 1, go.
Let's head back to Florida now, where we have been watching a sentencing hearing unfold for defendant Brandon Depa.
He is the special needs student who beat his teacher unconscious over a Nintendo Switch back in February of this year. The attack was caught on school surveillance cameras.
So let's get you back into the courtroom now. We are listening to testimony from special education teacher Eugene Lopes.
You're able to assess just personal growth, it sounds like, as well as educational progression.
Yeah, Brendan is he's a much different person than the person I met, 8 months ago. He's, there's more maturity to him. There's much more patience. He has a tremendous compassion, particularly toward me. I happen to have had 3 close friends pass away during this time, and he has shown incredible compassion to me. When my dog was sick, where I couldn't come a few times, and that was one of the things we had in the beginning. Is Brendan had difficulty when I wasn't there, and I had to Say, look, here's our choices. We can come we can do this when I come, or we cannot do it at all. And I said, you make the choice, and his choice was, no, I want you to come. But the compassion that he shows, the calmness, and now this determination to get his GED finished. He wants this done as a matter of, it's a matter of pride, and it's also something that he has expressed to me that he wants to make his mother proud of him. And he feels that he has let her down, and he wants her to be proud of him.
It sounds like your level of engagement with him, it's more than educational, it's more than a therapy session, it's personal?
It's personal, and
are you comfortable with that?
I'm very, and this, who I am, this is who I am.
Yeah.
And it is who I am. That's why I am still in touch with a student who's 32 years old, who's autistic, who works in a kitchen at a hospital. And that's who I am, and I'm very comfortable. It makes it so much better for both of us when it's not a job. It's not where I wake up, I'm going in. It's that I'm going to see Brendan, and I've told him, he's made me a better person. He's made me more compassionate. He's made me more spiritual, because he's a very spiritual person also.
Ever a moment there where you were afraid of him?
Oh, not for a second.
As far as assessing potential, I mean, you're a teacher, you deal with kids, there's some sort of outlook I'm sure you formulate. Do you assess Brendan as having potential?
He has potential to do some really wonderful things. Like I said, he's a gifted writer, but he also has the ability to, he has written a couple of books. And he has this ability to keep these books not only on paper, but in his head. And he can pull out characters, and he can describe this. So he has this. He also has, and I don't have a complete sense of it because we won't, but he also seems to be very knowledgeable about computer technology, and I know this is where we got into, some of his problems with it but he has a fascination with computers and how they work, and he actually programs too, which is a rather interesting thing that I know nothing about.
Exactly. Do you feel that a routine matters with him? Or maybe the better way to ask it is, a broken routine matters?
Yes. Okay. However, I'm going to say that routines matter. Routines matter for, in most of us in our life, routines matter. For many autistic kids, routine is critical. We would say, preparing for it. And early on, I would give Brendan countdowns and say, we have an hour left, we have 45 minutes left, we have 30 minutes left. I don't have to do that as much anymore. It was also very important early on that if I said I was going to be there, I was there. That part of the routine, because while he would lose track of time, he knew what day it was, and he knew Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, you're coming, and then if I didn't come on a Thursday and I didn't come back till next Tuesday, well, why weren't you here Thursday? And so I did get in the habit where when I was going to miss, I would call Leanne, because I know she would be in touch with him, and say, let Brendan know this happened today, I can't come. However, I do want to say that he now handles that quite well. much better. And he'll say to me, "Oh, my mother told me blah 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 blah." So he.
Do you think that's as a result of discussions you've had with him about?
I think it is. I think. Look, I think it's. Look, I'm a piece. I'm a piece to this puzzle, and you know, but I see the officers in the prison treat him with respect, and to a certain point, they're protective of him. I know one of the officers has been a little bit overly protective of him, to the point that she kind of separated him and a friend. And it was out of precaution. It wasn't out of, any punishment thing. So I've seen him adapt to his world and adapt to his circumstances. He's growing. He's growing, and unfortunately, by not having this in the past, it delayed that growth. Right. But it's coming. It's coming.
I've shared the observations that you just alluded to about the level of care and attention the jail staff has given him. It's been quite exceptional.
All right, Marie Pereira is still with us. We'll hit a break, but first check in with Marie. This guy obviously has a unique story. He reads this article written by mom in the paper, contacts. Next thing you know, he's knee deep into this family and to Brendan, and he really does come across as being authentic. What's your take on this guy and whether it matters that yes, he has this support system?
It's good that he has the support system and the compassion is on overdrive right now, but I worry that his issues with impulse control is going to affect him, and he may be still a danger to society. His mother, as kind as she was and empathetic towards his situation, said he shoved her, he beat up the sister, they fought, and he has an issue. When things don't go his way, he tends to get violent. I see in him a possible Nicholas Cruz. I'm not trying to be nasty about his situation because he can't control it, but in a way, he is a danger to himself still. So this is a situation, it's tragic, but I don't think that he should just walk away into the arms of his family. Next thing, he murders his family. It could happen because if you have no control like that and do what you did to that school aide, what is to say that it's not gonna happen again? I don't have the answers, but it's kind of scary to me.
Well, he's getting out, so you can push that off a few years if you send him to prison, but this isn't a life without parole scenario. So if you're scared of him now, I don't know how going to prison and him popping out of prison is going to make anyone feel more at ease.
But you know what? Like Philip Dubé, Encyclopedia Dubé, he was almost like a therapist on the last show that I was watching in preparation for this show. I love what he said. Maybe a little bit of jail time, prison, will knock it into him, because at the end of the day, it's not an intelligence problem. It's an issue with authority, following orders, and not getting things his way. And while he's in prison, he can get extensive cognitive behavioral therapy and then watch him to see how it goes. You're right. Eventually, he's going to be out. But to me, if I was his mom, as much as I love him, I'd be scared to be around him because he could snap at any time. I don't have the answers, but this, like I said, it's a little scary.
All right, Marie, thank you. We're going to get more from Brendan Depa's sentencing hearing, but we're going to get in a quick break, so don't go anywhere. We will be right back.
I'm the armor, or at least I was.
A famous actor in a movie set accident that ended in tragedy.
I try and tuck the gun goes off.
Now the film's armorer has been charged with involuntary manslaughter.
Just because it's an accident doesn't mean that it's not criminal.
Court TV takes you inside the courtroom as Hannah Gutierrez faces a jury.
The Baldwin movie shooting trial, weekdays 8 to noon on Court TV Legendary Trials.
Why is America paying attention to the rates? Because what takes place on both sides of the aisle here can be seen on both sides of these aisles.
The Race, weeknights at 6 on Scripps News. Watch with an antenna or on your favorite streaming app.
Give me something new. I want the real you. That is the best idea I've ever heard.
Yes, of course we can get you more. Rex, go!
Angus MacGyver. The fun is just beginning. Just give me more.
A masked hero, a faithful sidekick, a trusty steed,
Silver!
and a boundless trail of blazing adventure.
So you're the masked man?
I'm afraid so. Coming after you.
Thundering its way into our weekday lineup.
This mask stands for justice. Come on.
The Lone Ranger. Wednesdays on Grit Extra.
We'll be waiting for them.
Television with backbone.
You budget. You pay bills.
Yet somehow, women like you, like me,
are 80% more likely than men to live in poverty in retirement.
So here's what we're going to do now. We're going to save ourselves by setting a goal to save 2% more of our income for our retirement.
Why 2?
1% honors you.
And 1% honors all womankind.
So come on, learn more about the 2% challenge at WeSaySaveIt.org.
Saturday night.
First you moved in, you banned cigar smoke and kitchen nudity.
Oscar Madison.
Just doing my daily yoga.
Felix Unger.
You're not exactly a guy's guy.
Why? Because I use coasters? I'm an accomplished photographer. Perfect, let's start shooting. And I can make a pair of tap shoes talk. What do you say, boys?
Together, they're the odd couple.
Here, hold that. Oscar, is that coffee? I just cleaned the rug.
Better not move.
The Odd Couple. Saturday starting 7, 6 Central on Laugh More.
8 hours of back-to-back true crime cases every Saturday.
This is crazy.
On America's original true crime obsession. 48 hours on Court TV. Saturday starting at 4/3 Central on Court TV.
Let the games begin.
Yeah, baby. Let's get some order. Oh, okay.
No, I got to get my dance on.
Hey, family! I'm coming back to this show. Isn't this just fabulous?
You got us banned from being room parents? I have never been more in love with you.
Who wants to go nuts for donuts?
Show him your folding trick.
I'm not in the mood for your sheet right now.
That's gotta hurt, huh? You keep me coming back for more.
Back to Florida and the sentencing hearing for a special needs student who attacked a teacher's aide at his school.
Brandon Depa kicked and punched his teacher's aide after he was upset that his Nintendo Switch was taken away, breaking her ribs, knocking her unconscious. We all saw the video. It was horrific. Depa's mother says that he has ADHD, oppositional defiant disorder, and reactive explosive disorder. He's facing a maximum, technically, of 30 years, but that would be, he likely will not get anywhere close to that.
Let's head back into the courtroom now, right where we left off. We're listening to testimony from special education teacher Eugene Lopes.
You would agree with that? Like I said, and I also want to say the respect they show me when I come in. You know, do you need, sir? Do you need this door open, sir? Do you need me to go get this, sir? So the sheriff and the chief have put together a jail where they are trying to make it the best situation possible for a jail. Right. And for people, and for those who have to come and visit. I don't know
Did you hear his mother testify?
Yes.
Okay. She had mentioned that historically noisy situations, environments can be a problem. Have you had any chance to make any?
Yes, I have actually, because we did have times when, when we would do our own thing, him and I together. But there would be sometimes where there were other people, in the room with us, and they would make noise, and that would bother him a little bit. Not to the point that he was, saying anything, but it was bothering him. But I did get to experience. We had a fire alarm went off one day when we went in there, and he started to cover his ears. I actually gave him pencil erasers because I didn't have any headphones to put on to put in his ears. And then the bathroom was actually there that was a little bit less noisy. So noises and things like that, clearly do bother him and distract him, and can keep him from doing what he's supposed to be doing.
And you're still working with Brendan, correct?
Yeah, so I'm on Thursday.
Yeah, okay. The judge will have some options to consider here, one of which is some sort of community-based sanction, meaning not out there. Yeah. Would there be continued opportunity for you to work with Brendan? And if so, how so?
As Leanne said, this is, I truly believe this is a lifelong commitment. If Brendan is placed near here, I will happily continue doing what I'm doing. I would also happily do it if he's not here, do it through video calls, like Zoom calls and things like that. I look forward because my grandkids have kind of, there have been times where I haven't been able to do things with my grandkids because I was committed to working with Brendan, and they know of Brendan, and I am really looking forward to my grandkids meeting Brendan because I want them to see the extraordinary. This was worth it, even though I couldn't take you to cheer, these nights. This was worth it because. I was working with this young man, this person who you're going to really like.
And you would have no reservations whatsoever about introducing Brendan into your life, obviously, but family members?
Oh, absolutely. Like I said, I look forward to it. I want them because they all know of him. And they also know he did something wrong. They also know that he made a mistake. They know I come to jail to do this. So. But I want them to see, why I felt it was so important to dedicate this amount of time.
You're in this for the long haul.
For the long haul.
All right. Thanks, sir.
Thank you.
All right, Ms. Clark.
I don't have any questions. Thank you.
All right, thank you. You may step down.
Thank you.
Okay, then this turned into the lunch break. No questions from the prosecution in this one. Marie Pereira, this is, the more you listen, the more complicated it becomes, as with every case. There are different layers to it. Do you believe in your heart that there are programs in prison that can help someone like Brendan? Because a lot of people think, oh gosh, prison's the last place you want to send people because they come out worse.
I think there are programs in prison which can address his issues. And like this special ed teacher said, with the utmost compassion, this is a lifetime struggle that he's going to have to deal with. And it seems like he has good support systems. But he also said that he has an oppositional defiant disorder. A big word, but at the end of the day, it just means he He has issue with authority, and he always has to get things his way. He's almost like stuck in the terrible twos, except he's not 2 years old, and you could scoop him up and pat him on the behind and get him in line. He's a big boy now, an adult who's going around beating up people when he doesn't get his way. That, to me, is problematic. And he will need a lifetime of behavioral therapy and supervision, lest he end up like I said earlier, a Nicholas Cruz, a person who can't break up with somebody after a relationship. It screams to me potential for violence. That's the problem.
All right, Marie, always great insight. Interesting to hear your thoughts on this one. It's a tough one, no question about it. But coming up, Court TV's Matt Johnson, he's going to join us live for an update on the triple murder retrial for defendant Naya Tao. That's in Wisconsin.
I'm the armor, or at least I was.
A famous actor in a movie set accident that ended in tragedy.
I turn and cock the gun goes off.
Now the film's armorer has been charged with involuntary manslaughter.
Just because it's an accident doesn't mean that it's not criminal.
Court TV takes you inside the courtroom as Hannah Gutierrez faces a jury.
The Baldwin movie shooting trial, weekdays 8 to noon on Court TV Legendary Trials.
You got us banned from being room parents? I have never been more in love with you.
Who wants to go nuts for donuts?
Show him your folding trick.
I'm not in the mood for your sheet right now. That's gotta hurt, huh?
You keep me coming back for more.
We got a runner! I got him!
Blues!
Party's over.
A masked hero, a faithful sidekick, a trusty steed, and a boundless trail of blazing adventure.
So you're the masked man?
I'm afraid so. Coming after you.
Thundering its way into our weekday lineup.
This mask stands for justice. Come on.
The Lone Ranger, Wednesdays on Grid Extra.
We'll be waiting for them.
Television with backbone.
I'm Marisa Giorgio, live from our studio in Missoula, Montana, and this is America Tonight.
Scripps News takes you ahead of the headlines.
We're reading between the lines there.
America Tonight on Scripps News. Find with an antenna or on your favorite streaming app.
Give me something new. I want the real you. That is the best idea I've ever heard.
Yes, of course we can get you more. Rex, go!
Angus MacGyver.
The fun is just beginning.
Just give me more.
You budget. You pay bills.
Yet somehow, women like you, like me,
Are 80% more likely than men to live in poverty in retirement.
So here's what we're gonna do now. We're going to save ourselves by setting a goal to save 2% more of our income for our retirement.
Why 2?
1% honors you.
And 1% honors all womankind.
So come on, learn more about the 2% challenge at wesaysaveit.org.
Why is America paying attention to the race? Because what takes place on both sides of the aisle here can be seen on both sides of these aisles.
The Race, weeknights at 6 on Scripps News. Watch with an antenna or on your favorite streaming app.
Weeknights.
Daddy and I have some exciting news.
Laugh More has a new man of the house.
Sounds like a plan that makes everybody happy.
And he runs a pretty tight ship.
You got blackjack. That pays 3 cookies to 2. I have responsibilities.
My game starts in 20 minutes.
You said having kids would be fun.
I said making kids would be fun.
Man with a plan. Weeknights starting at 11:10 Central on Laugh More.
Are you laughing at me?
So hard.
Welcome back to Court TV Live. I'm Kelly Kraft, along with Ted Rollins. We are tracking several cases and trials here at Court TV today. One is in Wisconsin. Testimony is underway in the triple murder retrial for defendant Naya Tao. He's accused of shooting 3 men in a rural quarry. That was back in July of 2021. Now, prosecutors say that Tao was ordered to kill the men by another man who believed one of the men stole about $600 from him. Tao's first trial ended with a hung jury.
We're also in Florida watching the high school student facing sentencing today after violently attacking a teacher's aide last year. Brendan Depa pled no contest to 1 count of aggravated battery for the February 2023 attack. He faces a maximum of up to 30 years in prison. The hearing is on the lunch break there. We'll head back into that courtroom as soon as the judge issues his decision in terms of sentencing.
And we are also in California. Opening statements are underway in the murder trial for 23-year-old Owen Shover. He's accused of murdering his 16-year-old classmate in 2019. Her body has never been found. But before we go into court in Wisconsin, let's bring in Court TV crime and justice correspondent Matt Johnson, who is joining us. Matt, the jury heard opening statements in this Tao trial this morning. Anything stand out to you in the state's opening?
Kelly, Ted, nice to see you both. We are off and running in Wisconsin. Defendant Naya Tao back in court for his retrial, facing his second jury. Prosecutors came out swinging this morning, saying that he is responsible for the execution-style murders of 3 men over $600, describing the brutal triple murder that took place in a quarry. Take a listen.
Nemo Yang, Peng Lor, and Trevor Maloney. You're going to hear the mention of a lot of names as we present our case to you. But it is so important that these names don't get lost in the shuffle, because they are the reason we're here. Because on July 23rd of 2021, these 3 young men were murdered. Nemo Yang had 4 bullet entrance wounds, 2 in the back of his head, 1 through his hand, and a 4th in his back. Peng Lor also had 4 bullet wounds, 1 to the back of his head, 1 to his back, 1 to his neck, and 1 to his hand. Trevor Maloney had 3 bullet wounds to his person. 1 went through his arm, the 2nd to his left temple, and the 3rd to the back of his neck. And Bridget will tell you that she saw the shot that hit Trevor in the temple.
And you'll see in watching the opening statements, much of the case hinging on the testimony of the state's star witness by the name of Bridget Schlitz. She places the defendant at the scene of the crime.
What about the defense? What's their argument here?
So the defense, they're coming out strong as well. Attorney Aaron Nelson, who's familiar here with Court TV, we've seen him in other trials. He's been a legal analyst, focusing his case there in Wisconsin on the questioning of that star witness, her involvement in the murders, and her motive to lie.
There's going to be 0 evidence that there's a plan from anybody that's going to talk about this, other than a plan to Ham wanted to beat these guys up. That's what they thought. Neither Schlick nor Mr. Vang or Blackie, none of them are going to say that there was a plan to execute. What happened if Bridget Schlick is a bystander, because even though she helped him by driving people there, if she lacks knowledge of the execution that he did, that Kim Ransek did, she's not a party to that crime. She knows that, and when she sits in that chair, she'll tell you she knows that. She'll tell you she's worried still about being an accessory to murder, and that's what motivates her testimony.
Tao's first trial around this time last year ended in a mistrial when the jury could not agree on a unanimous verdict, so it's round 2. And already we can tell that this one is going to be a fiery one.
Yeah, it seems like it, Matt. Okay, thank you so much for that live report. So let's get you back into court in Wisconsin for the Nyatow murder trial. We are picking it up with the first witness, Sergeant Mark Patterson, who responded to the crime scene.
Last name is Patterson.
And where do you work?
La Crosse County Sheriff's Office.
What do you do there?
I'm the day shift patrol sergeant.
What do the job duties of a patrol sergeant include?
Supervising the on-shift deputies, various other tasks. I got scheduling, patrolling.
So you also patrol in addition to your supervisor duties?
Correct.
And were you on patrol the morning of July 23rd, 2021?
Yes.
On that date, were you dispatched to N629 County Road M?
Yes.
And is that address in the town of Hamilton and the county of La Crosse?
Yes.
Sergeant, do you know approximately what time you were dispatched to that location?
I believe it was like 4:57, a little before 5.
And what was the reason for that dispatch?
Caller stated that there was dead bodies at the quarry.
And you said dead bodies at the quarry. What do you mean by the quarry?
It's the Bromskog quarry. It's on the top of the hill on M.
Through your work as a patrol sergeant, were you previously familiar with this part of the county?
Yes.
How long have you worked for the La Crosse County Sheriff's Office?
20 years.
And had you driven past that location previous to July 23rd of 2021?
Yes.
More than, how many times would you approximate you've driven past that location?
It's got to be in the hundreds, I'm guessing, over 20 years.
Sergeant, I'm going to hand you a stack of documents and we'll go through them one by one, okay?
Okay.
Just if it's easier, when we get to that point, I have no objection to the admission publication of Exhibits 2, 3, and 4.
Sergeant, if I can have you look at the first document that's been marked as Exhibit 2, do you recognize this document?
Yes.
What is it?
It's a map section of La Crosse County.
And does it pinpoint the address that you were dispatched to that morning?
Yes.
Relying upon your knowledge
So when I came to Wisconsin, I jumped right in and continued to process scenes because I already had 5 years of experience, and quickly became a team leader who then is responsible for the team that is processing the crime scenes. So for the approximately 31 years in the state of Wisconsin, I was a team leader responsible for the processing of crime scenes around the state.
Do you have any specialized education or training that lets you do that job specifically of being a team leader for a crime response team at the Wisconsin State Crime Lab?
Well, certainly I have attended numerous courses, 40-hour courses, multiple day courses that provided training in this processing of crime scenes, the analysis of bloodstain patterns, bullet trajectories, collection of evidence, and then multiple scenes, webinars that I attended that also then provide background information on those types of things.
Your Honor, may I approach the witness?
Go ahead.
Mr. Stalky, I handed you what's been pre-marked as exhibit number 33.
And your previous familiarity with this part of the county, is it a accurate and reasonable depiction of that part of the county?
Yes.
And Your Honor, given the stipulation by counsel, I'm going to ask for the publication of Exhibit 2.
Go ahead. And 2, 3, and 4 you can publish. You don't have to ask each time.
So, Sergeant, is it a fair representation that the quarry is located on County M, somewhat north of the village of West Salem?
Yes.
And how would you describe the immediate area surrounding the quarry?
Pretty rural. There's not a lot of houses around the quarry.
Have you ever patrolled that location at night?
Yes.
Have you made any observations of
Quarry to the east.
And what are we seeing in the distance there in this photo?
You have the 2 vehicles from the employees and then the deceased laying up by the gate.
What is the source of light that's shining on the gravel there?
That'd be from the headlights of my squad car.
Were you the first law enforcement officer to arrive that morning?
Yes.
And did other officers respond shortly after?
Yes.
Sergeant, when you're dealing with a scene like this, what steps do you initially take after arriving?
I had everybody back away from the scene to the entrance to the quarry, and then I blocked off County Road M from the north and the south, and also the traffic on Highway S.
When you are dealing with a scene such as this, is it important to know who's having access in and out?
Yes.
And how do you typically keep track of that?
Crime scene entry log.
We're going to publish Exhibit 4. And Sergeant, was this document prepared on scene that day?
Yes, it was.
Did you sign yourself and other responding deputies in?
Yes.
And Sergeant Patterson, do you recall approximately how long you were on the scene that day?
I believe I left at 1 o'clock in the afternoon.
And what was your main role on the scene that day?
I worked to secure the scene until our investigators got there, then showed them the original photos that we had taken.
Thank you. Nothing further.
Any cross?
Okay, lights are back down there in the courtroom. We'll get a break, get you back in, and pick up the testimony in this case against Naya Tao right after this.
Tonight on Closing Arguments, the latest developments in true crime stories from across the country, plus in-depth analysis from our legal experts.
Closing Arguments with Vinny Politan, tonight at 8, 7 Central, only on Court TV. Join Court TV's Vinny Politan with the latest and breaking true crime stories.
Now, let's look at the other side of all of that.
Vinnie Politan investigates. Tonight, 9/8 Central, only on Court TV.
I'm Marisa Giorgio, live from our studio in Missoula, Montana, and this is America Tonight.
Scripps News takes you ahead of the headlines.
We're reading between the lines there.
America Tonight on Scripps News. Find with an antenna or on your favorite streaming app.
It was a holiday parade that quickly turned tragic.
Evil has arrived and it's shown what it can do.
Darrell Brooks is accused of killing 6 people when he drove his vehicle through a crowd of spectators.
In a surprising move, Brooks waived his right to an attorney and instead will be representing himself.
Your life is not on the line. Mine is.
The Deadly Parade Crash Trial. Weekdays noon to 4 on Court TV. Legendary Trials.
Let the games begin.
Yeah, baby.
Let's get some order now, okay?
You know I got to get my dance on.
Hey, family! I'm coming back to this show. Isn't this just fabulous?
Weeknights.
Daddy and I have some exciting news.
Laugh More has a new man of the house.
Sounds like a plan that makes everybody happy.
And he runs a pretty tight ship.
You got blackjack. That pays 3 cookies to 2. I have responsibilities.
My game starts in 20 minutes.
You said having kids would be fun.
I said making kids would be fun.
Man with a Plan. Weeknights starting at 11/10 Central on Laugh More.
Are you laughing at me?
So hard.
You got us banned from being room parents? I have never been more in love with you.
Who wants to go nuts for donuts?
Show him your folding trick.
I'm not in the mood for your sheet right now.
That's gotta hurt, huh?
You keep me coming back for more.
We carried the legacy of those who paved the way. We aren't just competitors. Instead of just being a part of it, we are going to be a leader in the sport. We are looking forward to continuing to make history. We are symbols of resilience and pride.
Only the best of the best survive.
A Bounce HBCU yearbook, a year-long salute to historically black colleges and universities.
3, 2, 1, go.
Why is America paying attention to the race? Because what takes place on both sides of the aisle here can be seen on both sides of these aisles.
The Race. Weeknights at 6 on Scripps News. Watch with an antenna or on your favorite streaming app.
A masked hero, a faithful sidekick, a trusty steed, and a boundless trail of blazing adventure.
So you're the masked man? I'm afraid so. Coming after you.
Thundering its way into our weekday lineup.
This mask stands for justice. Come on.
The Lone Ranger. Wednesdays on Grit Extra.
We'll be waiting for them.
Television with backbone.
It's really important for Scripps News reporters to live where they are reporting.
You get to talk to people from all different backgrounds.
We do stories with people regardless of the political persuasions.
We're coming here as people, as your neighbors. We know best what's happening in our communities.
And that's why I wake up every morning, is I hope I can deliver folks information so they can make an educated decision. I'm Forrest Saunders,
Ben Brown,
Jake Burns,
Rachel Louise Just, Alex Miller, Scripps News.
Watch Scripps News. Find with an antenna or on your favorite streaming app.
Welcome back. We're bringing you the Wisconsin triple murder retrial for defendant Naya Tao. He is charged with 3 counts of first-degree intentional homicide in the shootings of 3 men back in July of 2021. The jury deadlocked in Tao's first trial.
Let's head back into the courtroom now for the cross-examination of Sergeant Mark Patterson. He responded to the crime scene.
Been a law enforcement officer, you said 20 years, more than 20 years?
I've been here 20 years, but yes, more than 20 years of law enforcement, yes.
How long have you been a law enforcement officer?
27.
And when you arrived at the scene, you were probably wearing something very similar to what you're wearing today?
Correct.
That's your uniform that you work in, correct?
Yes.
That includes probably a firearm, right?
Yes.
Other things to keep you safe?
Yes.
As a law enforcement officer of 27 years, I imagine you've seen your share of traumatic events.
Yes.
I imagine that, for lack of a better term, at some point you, I don't want to say become hardened, but you figure out a way to deal with that. That be fair?
It's fair, yes.
But still, I would imagine 27-year veteran, you look like somebody who could handle yourself. Fair to say?
Yes.
Still, 27-year veteran, man who can handle himself, a man there armed. What you saw there that day probably had a lasting impact on you, correct?
Correct.
Probably had an emotional impact on you in that moment when you were there and you had to see that. You agree?
That's fair to say, yes.
Yeah. And that's, again, you there after the fact. You had some sense of safety, but you were probably, well, let me back up. That's a poor question. You had lots of emotions, I would imagine, when you first arrived on the scene and you saw that?
I guess what kind of emotions are you?
I don't know. I'm guessing you had lots of emotions, and we'll get into listing some of those. But would you agree that there was a lot of emotions that you had at that time?
I don't know, a lot of emotion. I guess I had things I had to do.
Absolutely. And I don't mean to, sometimes we feel emotions and we don't show them. Would you agree?
True.
Sometimes we feel emotions and we're still capable of going about our tasks and our duties and doing our jobs, correct?
Correct.
That doesn't necessarily you as a human being wouldn't have felt those emotions, agreed?
Agreed.
So that's all I'm trying to imply, not that you did something different, but just when you go there, you see that you're feeling lots of stuff, because this is not something you've seen in your 27 years before. Agreed?
Correct.
Right. And so it's those kind of feelings that I just want to talk a little bit about. Okay? Can you tell us what some of those feelings were?
I guess I was kind of shocked that there was actually 3 deceased bodies at the quarry.
Okay.
I mean, I was kind of taken back, yes.
Right. Again, you can have lots of emotions at the same time, right? Yes?
Correct.
I would imagine somewhere mixed in there was probably some sense of sadness as well.
I suppose there was. I guess I don't.
Probably some sense of maybe not fear, but concern for your safety at least, correct?
Correct.
And this is you, somebody who'd been there much later. That's how it's impacting you, 27-year veteran, right?
Correct.
Imagine, you probably can't imagine what it would have been like to witness that happen, right?
Correct, I could.
That's all.
Any redirect?
No, Judge.
All right, thank you. May step down. We call your next witness.
State will call Dr. Ross Reichard.
All right, let's bring in Marie Pereira. Kelly and I were just talking. Where's he going with this? Cross, I think it's that he's trying to set up that other witnesses that come on that don't have 27 years of law enforcement experience will be shocked by this crime scene, establishing that, boy, if this guy had feelings, imagine when the star witness gets up here, we can't believe her. Maybe that's where it's going. What did you take? What did you take from that?
I don't know what he was setting up, but you know what I always say, you don't have to accept every invitation to do a cross-examination. You don't have to RSVP. I didn't see the point. I thought when he was going there, he was going to say you were so emotional, you maybe missed some professional policing. Your investigation was impaired because you were so shocked to see these 3 dead men. But he didn't go there, like you said, so I don't see the point of the cross. You don't have to invite yourself to every cross-examination, defense attorney or prosecution. Sometimes you just gotta let it go if you don't have a succinct point you're trying to make, in and out.
Yeah, Marie, that's exactly what I was thinking, what you were saying. We're getting into this situation and saying, yeah, you missed some things because you were so emotional. But that's not exactly where he was going.
It ended.
Yeah,
I thought he was going to pull out some body camera of the officer freaking out or something, but nope. That was it. We'll have to wait and see.
Yeah. Sure, I mean, he must have something going on that he went with that line of questioning.
He's trying to plant a seed in the jurors' minds that this was such a crazy scene that even this veteran was rocked by it. And he'll go back to that later. But we'll see. We'll see it play out. Let's get a break and see who's next. We know who's next, actually. It's the pathologist who performed the autopsies on these victims. We'll get you into the courtroom for some of that testimony when we return.
I'm the armor, or at least I was.
A famous actor in a movie set accident that ended in tragedy.
I turn and cock the gun goes off.
Now the film's armorer has been charged with involuntary manslaughter.
Just because it's an accident doesn't mean that it's not criminal.
Court TV takes you inside the courtroom as Hannah Gutierrez faces a jury.
The Baldwin movie shooting trial, weekdays 8 to noon on Court TV Legendary Trials.
Why is America paying attention to the race?
Because what happens in this town happens to your town too.
Here on the steps of the U.S. Capitol after a historic...
The decisions made in this house are felt in the heart of yours.
Every night on the race, we take you to the people, the policies, and the political points of impact.
We want to add some context around it tonight.
The Race, weeknights at 6/5 Central on Scripps News. Watch with an antenna or on your favorite streaming app.
A masked hero, a faithful sidekick, a trusty steed, and a boundless trail of blazing adventure.
So you're the masked man? I'm afraid so. Coming after you.
Thundering its way into our weekday lineup.
This mask stands for justice. Come on.
The Lone Ranger, Wednesdays on Grit Extra.
We'll be waiting for them.
Television with backbone.
You budget. You pay bills.
Yet somehow, women like you, like me,
are 80% more likely than men to live in poverty in retirement.
So here's what we're going to do now. We're going to save ourselves by setting a goal to save 2% more of our income for our retirement. Why 2?
1% honors you.
And 1% honors all womankind.
So come on. Learn more about the 2% challenge at WeSaySaveIt.org. We got a runner! I got him!
Close! Party's over.
I'm Marisa Giorgio, live from our studio in Missoula, Montana, and this is America Tonight.
Scripps News takes you ahead of the headlines.
We're reading between the lines there.
America Tonight on Scripps News. Find with an antenna or on your favorite streaming app.
We carried the legacy of those who paved the way. We aren't just competitors. Instead of just being a part of it, we are going to be a leader in the sport. We are looking forward to continuing to make history. We are symbols of resilience and pride.
Only the best of the best survive.
A Bounce HBCU yearbook, a year-long salute to historically black colleges and universities.
3, 2, 1, go. It's really important for Scripps News reporters to live where they are reporting.
You get to talk to people from all different backgrounds.
We do stories with people regardless of the political persuasions.
We're coming here as people, as your neighbors.
We know best what's happening in our communities.
And that's why I wake up every morning, is I hope I can deliver folks information so they can make an educated decision. I'm Forrest Saunders,
Ben Brown,
Jake Burns,
Rachel Louise Just, Alex Miller, Scripps News.
Watch Scripps News. Find with an antenna or on your favorite streaming app.
Give me something new. I want the real you.
That is the best idea I've ever heard.
Yes, of course we can get you more. Rex, go!
Angus MacGyver.
The fun is just beginning.
Just give me more.
Welcome back. Let's head back to Wisconsin now, where we have been following testimony in the triple murder trial for defendant Naya Tao.
He is going to trial for the second time, charged with 3 counts of first-degree intentional homicide in connection to the execution-style murders of 3 men in 2023. The first trial was declared a mistrial when the jurors could not come to a unanimous verdict.
So let's head back into the courtroom. A new witness is on the stand, the pathologist who performed the autopsies on the victims.
Your Honor, I'm going to ask that we bring up Exhibit 6. And Doctor, how many bullet wounds did you observe on Nemo Yang's body?
Let's see, he had I think 5 defects.
And in your report, you reference both penetrating and perforating gunshot wounds, correct?
Yes.
What's the difference, Doctor?
So a penetrating wound just means that the wound goes in to the tissue or the body and stays there. A perforating is a perforation, so it goes through the tissue or the body.
Hand you a laser pointer in case you want to use it at some point in your testimony. Red button right there, Doctor.
Okay.
And if we can move to page 4 of the diagram. Doctor, did you observe 2 gunshot wounds to Nemo's head?
There are 2 defects on his head, yes.
And you're using the term defect. Can you tell me a little bit about that?
Yes, just to sort of be more general, because there's an entrance and a partial exit of a gunshot wound.
And Doctor, is one of these defects labeled as wound A?
Yes.
Can you tell me about that defect?
So here in the left side of the back of the head is an entrance gunshot wound.
And was that a perforating or penetrating gunshot wound?
It was both perforating and penetrating, because part of the projectile exited along this defect and part of it stayed within the head.
Was there another defect to the posterior head?
Well, there was another wound track that was associated with this defect.
And was there also a penetrating gunshot wound to Mr. Yang's torso?
Yes.
I'm going to move back to page 2 of the diagram. And doctor, can you indicate for us on this diagram where the defect is that's labeled as wound B?
Yes, here in the left posterior side, or the back of the back.
And can you describe that injury a little bit for us?
Yes, so this injury went through the skin there, went through the underlying ribs, and then it tore or lacerated the lung, and then embedded in the spine and the sort of chest region, the thoracic region.
And it was a penetrating injury, correct?
Yes.
So a projectile was located within that injury?
Correct.
I'm learning. Your Honor, sorry, doctor, not enough caffeine this morning. Was there also a defect to Mr. Yang's hand?
Yes.
We'll move to page 3 of the diagram, please. And is that wound labeled as wound C, or defect labeled as wound C on page 3 of this diagram, doctor?
Yes.
Can you describe that injury for me?
Yes. So on the back of the hand is a defect, which is the entrance gunshot wound. And then on the palm of the hand is another defect, which is the exit wound. So the projectile went through the hand.
Besides these defects caused by gunshot, did you note an injury to Mr. Yang's mid-chest?
Yes, I mean, he did have some blunt force injuries, yes.
And if we can move to page 1 of the diagram, please. Can you describe those injuries specifically to the chest or torso area, doctor?
Yeah, so he had a laceration or a tear of the central portion of the chest, and he also had some abrasions or scrapes on the side of the chest or torso, and some associated contusions with the laceration. I should have mentioned. Yes.
Which one?
We had some associated contusion or bruise associated with the laceration.
And doctor, were you able to pinpoint that, or if any one injury caused Mr. Nemo's death?
The gunshot wounds.
Kind of a totality conclusion?
Yes.
Okay. I'm going to move on now, doctor, to the autopsy report of Peng Lor. That should be in front of you as exhibit number 9. Do you have that?
Yes, I do.
And is the associated case number AR 21586?
Yes.
After you completed Peng's autopsy, did you have a conclusion related to the cause of his death?
Yes.
And what was that?
He died of multiple gunshot wounds.
And what was the manner of death?
Homicide.
Did you also, or did your team also create diagrams related to Mr. Peng's injuries?
Yes.
I'm going to have you move to exhibit 10, doctor. Doctor, do you recall if you had any opinions or observations related to how close a firearm may have been to Peng's body when the shooting occurred?
Yes.
And how did you come to an opinion about that?
Because of the features of the wound. So one of the wounds in particular, had what's this gray discoloration around the edge of the wound that's typical of when a firearm is discharged in very close contact to the skin.
And is there a name for that gray coloration, or?
It's soot deposition.
And that's something you've seen in your practice as a pathologist?
Yes.
We're going to start from the top of Mr. Lohr's body. If I can have us move to page 4 of Exhibit 10. Doctor, can you describe to us what's labeled as wound E on this diagram?
Yes, that's a entrance gunshot wound here on the back of the head.
And was this a penetrating or a perforating wound?
It was a penetrating wound.
Can you also identify for us what's been labeled as wound B?
Yes, that's on the anterior or the front surface of the neck.
And was that were any projectiles located related to that wound?
And so that's the corresponding to a wound that's here on the left side of the neck here. And so this is the entrance for the wound on the neck that I mentioned that has the evidence that it's a close contact range, and then the exit here is B on the front of the neck.
Okay, so the entrance wound is labeled as wound A and exit is wound B, is that correct?
Yes.
Thank you. We can go to page 2 of the diagram, please. Doctor, can you describe for me what is labeled as wound D and wound C on this portion of the diagram?
Yes, so wound D on the right side of the back here is an entrance gunshot wound, and wound C, the chest area is the exit that corresponds with that gunshot wound.
And were there any projectiles located related to those wounds?
All right, listening to the pathologist on the stand right now, we're going to bring in criminal defense attorney and former prosecutor Marie Pereira. Marie, just, not the most exciting testimony here, but necessary. What are your takeaways?
Actually, it is exciting because it says there were 3 murders. There was beating up of the victims before because there were bruises and contusions not caused by gunfire. There was skin contact with those bullet wounds. It was an execution. There were wounds on their hands, meaning they saw the bullets coming, on the back of their heads, on their necks, all over the body. It shows the heinous nature of the crime, and these were actual human beings who were alive prior to that. So yes, it is impactful and exciting, and to me it's heartbreaking because all 3 of these people were somebody's son, boyfriend, maybe a husband. They were human beings, and their lives are gone because of what this defendant allegedly did to them.
Well, I love how you put that. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Great way to put it, Marie.
Yeah, it reminds the jury why they're there, and 3 lives were lost because of the actions the state says of the defendant. So we'll get a break in here. We'll get you back into the courtroom for more right after this.
Tonight on Closing Arguments, the latest developments in true crime stories from across the country, plus in-depth analysis from our legal experts.
Closing Arguments with Vinnie Politan, tonight at 8/7 Central, only on Court TV. The call came in as a boy not breathing. He was diagnosed with autism.
How does a 15-year-old child die as a result of malnutrition?
Accomplice to Murder with Vanny Politan. Sunday night, 8/7 Central. Only on Court TV.
I'm the armor, or at least I was.
A famous actor in a movie set accident that ended in tragedy.
I turn the cop because the gun goes off.
Now the film's armorer has been charged with involuntary manslaughter.
Just because it's an accident doesn't mean that it's not criminal.
Court TV takes you inside the courtroom as Hannah Gutierrez faces a jury.
The Baldwin movie shooting trial. Weekdays 8 to noon on Court TV Legendary Trials.
A masked hero, a faithful sidekick, a trusty steed, and a boundless trail of blazing adventure.
So you're the masked man? I'm afraid so. Coming after you.
Thundering its way into our weekday lineup.
This mask stands for justice. Come on.
The Lone Ranger. Wednesdays on Grit Extra.
We'll be waiting for them.
Television with backbone.
I'm Marisa Giorgio, live from our studio in Missoula, Montana, and this is America Tonight.
Scripps News takes you ahead of the headlines.
We're reading between the lines there.
America Tonight on Scripps News. Find with an antenna or on your favorite streaming app.
It's really important for Scripps News reporters to live where they are reporting.
You got to talk to people from all different backgrounds.
We do stories with people regardless of the political persuasions.
We're coming here as people, as your neighbors. We know best what's happening in our communities.
And that's why I wake up every morning, is I hope I can deliver folks information so they can make an educated decision. I'm Forrest Saunders,
Ben Brown,
Jake Burns,
Rachel Louise Just, Alex Miller, Scripps News.
Watch Scripps News. Find with an antenna or on your favorite streaming app.
Give me something new. I want the real you.
That is the best idea I've ever heard.
Yes, of course we can get you more. Rex, go!
Angus MacGyver.
The fun is just beginning.
Just give me more.
Why is America paying attention to the race? Because what takes place on both sides of the aisle here can be seen on both sides of these aisles.
The Race. Weeknights at 6 on Scripps News. Watch with an antenna or on your favorite streaming app.
Weeknights.
Daddy and I have some exciting news.
Laugh More has a new man of the house.
Sounds like a plan that makes everybody happy.
And he runs a pretty tight ship.
You got blackjack. That pays 3 cookies to 2. I have responsibilities.
My game starts in 20 minutes.
You said having kids would be fun.
I said making kids would be fun.
Man with a plan. Weeknights starting at 11/10 Central on Laugh More.
Are you laughing at me?
So hard. Let the games begin.
Yeah, baby.
Let's get some order now, okay?
You know I got to get my dance on.
Hey, family! I'm coming back to this show. Isn't this just fabulous?
Back to Wisconsin now for more testimony in the triple murder trial for defendant Naya Tao.
He is the man accused in the execution-style murders of 3 men, allegedly as part of a dispute over money. Tao is facing a second jury after his first case ended in a mistrial when the jury couldn't come to a unanimous verdict.
Let's head back into the courtroom. We are listening to testimony from pathologist Dr. Ross Retchard.
Setting, as I like to say, is you are pre-programmed to look at people in the face. You are pre-programmed to seek out information from somebody's body language, from the tone of their voice. When you have autism, your brain is not wired in that same way. So you're often missing that information. You're missing nonverbal social cues. You're missing subtleties that exist in communication.
Couldn't determine whether or not what aspects of it was like an entrance or an exit. It's just sort of been injured significantly.
Doctor, we'll move now to what's been marked as Exhibit 11 in front of you. Is this the autopsy report for Trevor Maloney?
Yes.
And is it associated with case number AR 21587?
Yes.
We're going to have you then turn to exhibit number 12. Is this the diagram that was completed to identify the wounds observed during Trevor Maloney's autopsy?
Yes.
And based on Mr. Maloney's autopsy, do you have an opinion as to his cause of death?
Multiple gunshot wounds.
And what about his manner of death?
Homicide.
Did you locate any of that soot residue when you were making observations about the defects on Mr. Maloney?
Yes.
And you know what part of the body that was located on?
On the left temple or the left side of his head, there was soot deposition around that entrance wound.
If we can go to page 3 of that diagram. Is this the wound you were just, or the entrance wound you were just referencing as labeled as wound A, doctor?
Yes.
Can you provide us a little bit of detail about that wound?
Yes, so this is an entrance wound here, and then the projectile went back through the brain, sort of towards the back of the head, and that's where the projectile was recovered, so within the skull.
What about wound D on this same page of the diagram, doctor?
Yes, so this is a entrance gunshot wound at the back of the neck, and it too had soot deposition on it.
We can turn to page 2. Doctor, can you please describe for us the injuries that we're seeing on this diagram?
So the wound here labeled B is another entrance gunshot wound, and then C here on the inside of the arm is the exit gunshot wound.
Doctor, are the opinions that you've given us today about the causes and manner of death for Nemo Yang, Peng Lor, and Trevor Maloney given with a reasonable degree of medical certainty?
Yes.
Thank you. Nothing further.
Ross? Yes, please. You were able to opine the cause of some of the wounds, and some of the wounds you were not able to determine. Fair to say?
Yes.
For instance, there was some wounds that you've described as gunshot wounds, correct?
Yes.
That's because you were in a position to opine that the cause of that defect, the cause of that wound, was a bullet from a gun. That's why you call it a gunshot wound, correct?
Yes.
There were other wounds that on all three of the decedents you marked, but you weren't necessarily able to determine a cause. Fair to say?
Yes.
For instance, abrasions, right?
Correct.
So like you mentioned your examination of Nemo Yang, you noted certain abrasions on his body, correct?
Yes.
There were some abrasions, I believe, to the, what I call the left chest side. Would that be fair to say?
Yes.
There were some abrasions to his left elbow. Is that right?
Yes.
And some abrasions to his right knee.
Yes.
Okay. Again, you don't know the cause of those abrasions, right?
Yes, that's correct.
That's why you didn't offer an opinion, because there's lots of different ways in which somebody could, their body could receive those abrasions, right?
Yes.
And again, same thing with Trevor Maloney. You did an autopsy of Trevor, you noted abrasions. You're not able to determine the cause of those abrasions. Agreed?
Yes.
And again,
All right, let's slip in a commercial break here. We'll get you back into the courtroom in Wisconsin right after this. Stay with us.
I'm Marisa Giorgio, live from our studio in Missoula, Montana, and this is America Tonight.
Scripps News takes you ahead of the headlines.
We're reading between the lines there.
America Tonight on Scripps News. Find with an antenna or on your favorite streaming app.
It was a holiday parade that quickly turned tragic.
Evil has arrived and it's shown what it can do.
Darrell Brooks is accused of killing 6 people when he drove his vehicle through a crowd of spectators.
In a surprising move, Brooks waived his right to an attorney and instead will be representing himself.
Your life is not on the line. Mine is.
The Deadly Parade Crash Trial. Weekdays noon to 4 on Court TV. Legendary Trials.
A masked hero, a faithful sidekick, a trusty steed, and a boundless trail of blazing adventure.
So you're the masked man? I'm afraid so. Coming after you.
Thundering its way into our weekday lineup.
This mask stands for justice. Come on.
The Lone Ranger. Wednesdays on Grit Extra.
We'll be waiting for them.
Television with backbone.
Weeknights.
Daddy and I have some exciting news.
Laugh-More has a new man of the house.
Sounds like a plan that makes everybody happy.
And he runs a pretty tight ship.
You got blackjack. That pays 3 cookies to 2. I have responsibilities.
My game starts in 20 minutes.
You said having kids would be fun.
I said making kids would be fun.
Man with a Plan. Weeknights starting at 11:10 Central on Laugh-More.
Are you laughing at me?
So hard.
You got us banned from being room parents? I have never been more in love with you.
Who wants to go nuts for donuts?
Show him your folding trick.
I'm not in the mood for your sheet right now. That's gotta hurt, huh?
You keep me coming back for more.
Let the games begin.
Yeah, baby.
Let's get some order. Oh, okay.
You know I got to get my dance on.
Hey, family. I'm coming back to this show. This is just fabulous. We got a runner. I got him.
Blues.
Party's over.
We carried the legacy of those who paved the way. We aren't just competitors.
Instead of just being a part of it, we are going to be a leader in the sport. We are looking forward to continuing to make history.
We are symbols of resilience and pride.
Only the best of the best survive.
A Bounce HBCU yearbook. A year-long salute to historically black colleges and universities.
3, 2, 1, go.
Welcome back to Court TV Live. I'm Kelly Craft, sitting in today for Julia Janae. Thank you for joining us this afternoon. We are in Wisconsin for the triple murder retrial for defendant Naya Tao. The then 33-year-old is accused of fatally shooting 3 men in the early morning hours of July 23, 2021, because one of the men allegedly owed Tao $600. Another suspect agreed to a plea deal and testified in Tao's first trial, where he told the jury that Tao was the trigger man. Before we get you back into court, here's Court TV crime and justice correspondent Matt Johnson with more on the case against Naya Tao.
June 20th, 2023, Wisconsin triple murder suspect Naya Tao hugs his defense attorney after jurors deadlocked and the judge declared a mistrial. Tao now faces a retrial for his alleged involvement in the July 2021 shooting deaths of Peng Lor, Nemo Yang, and Trevor Maloney. Quarry workers in La Crosse County found the bodies of the 3 men when they arrived for work on July 23, 2021. Prosecutors say the motive was a $600 debt that was owed by Nemo Yang. Tao and Kemteneth Ratanasak were arrested and charged with murder. Ratanasak agreed to a plea deal and testified that Tao, who was also known as Kush, was the trigger man.
I mean, if there was like anything going on between him and Kush, I just wanted that just repaired.
Do you know the 2 other people that were with Nemo in the car?
I do not.
Had you seen them before?
No.
Jurors deliberated for about 10 hours before a mistrial was declared. If Tao is convicted during the retrial, he could be sentenced up to life behind bars.
All right, we do want to get you back into court now, where the pathologist who performed the autopsies, he's on cross-examination by the defense, so let's get you back in.
Yes.
And in fact, I think one of the abrasions you noted on him was abrasions to the right side of his, perhaps, face, lower cheek. Is that right? Is that right?
Yes.
Again, same thing. You don't know the cause of those abrasions, right?
Yes.
You would agree that a potential cause to all of those abrasions might be somebody falling and their body having contact with a hard surface covered by gravel. Agreed?
I mean, that's a possible explanation.
Yeah. It's a reasonable hypothesis.
Yes.
I want to ask you some other, just very briefly, on each of the, as part of the autopsy, you do a review of toxicology, is that right?
Yes.
And sometimes that might be, you just do it, correct? That's just standard operating practice, fair to say?
Yeah, for our medical examiner cases, we routinely do it.
And sometimes the information that you gather from those toxicology reports, that is relevant to the cause or manner of death, correct?
Yes.
Sometimes it's not, correct?
Yes.
Here, would it be fair to say that for each of the 3 decedents, you note in your autopsy report that the toxicology comes back positive?
Your Honor, objection to relevancy.
Overruled, go ahead. Comes back positive for methamphetamines?
Yes.
I want to ask you also just some questions here about your expertise, okay? And I imagine, and again, I'm not here to question whether you are or aren't an expert, sir. You're clearly an expert, okay? I just want to lay that out where I'm coming from. But you, probably like all of us, even if you're an expert, there's limits. You would agree?
Yes.
And so, for instance, here, your job, I think is to make 2 determinations, right? Essentially.
The cause and manner of death is what you're referring to. Yes.
Yeah. That's basically what your job is this is what I'm seeking to do. Can I determine the cause? Can I determine the manner, right?
Yes.
And in Those cases, you've said in all cases, when you have that job, you conduct an autopsy, which means you're examining the decedent's body, right?
I mean, not in all cases, but yeah, in many.
Overwhelming majority of them.
Actually, I sign a lot of death certificates without doing autopsy, so I don't necessarily. Yeah.
And that's fair. I'm not trying to be. In this case, you did.
Correct.
All right. Some cases you examine clinical information, right?
Yes.
You didn't in this case, did you?
What do you mean by clinical information?
I don't know. That was a term you used, sir. What do you mean by clinical information?
Like the medical history of an individual.
Okay. Did you go through the medical history of these individuals?
We routinely do look to see if they have medical history. I don't recall specifically in this particular case, but that would be part of our review if we had some.
Okay. And I'm guessing that doesn't stand out to you because regardless essentially of somebody's medical history, if they're shot in the head, you don't really need to figure out what their medical history to determine whether or not the shot to the head is the cause and manner of the death. Would that be a very general, fair statement?
Yes.
Okay. And in some cases, you review investigative information, you said. Is that right?
Yes.
Again, in this case, that's not something you recall doing. Agreed?
Investigative information?
Correct.
No, I remember seeing the scene photographs and investigative information.
Okay. But we can agree that you didn't interview witnesses, right?
No.
You agree?
Yes, I did not interview witnesses.
You agree you didn't review or read any witness statements, right?
No, I don't recall doing that.
You agree you did not read or listen to any recorded verbal statements from any witnesses, agreed?
Yes.
You agree that you did not listen to any witness's trial testimony or any testimony that a witness has given under oath, agreed?
Yes.
And part of that is because that's not what you needed here to determine the cause and manner of death, correct?
Yes.
Because it's not your job to scrutinize anybody's testimony, right?
Correct.
So your opinion is limited to the cause and manner of death, right?
Yes.
You're certainly not here to provide the juror or any of us, and again, in fairness to you, that's not what you're asked, but you're not here to provide any relevant evidence as to who did it, right?
Yes.
You agree with that?
Yeah.
Nothing else?
Any redirect?
One question, Your Honor.
All right.
Doctor, can I have you tell us what the difference between a laceration and an abrasion is?
Yes, a laceration is the tearing of the skin. And so it's basically, if you think, a lot of times people use the term cut, but that's not really what cut is really with a sharp object. So you're cutting or incising through the tissue. Blunt trauma is, you fall and hit your head and, you got to go get stitches on it. An abrasion is basically just a scrape.
Thank you. Nothing further.
Any recross?
You agree hard surfaces covered by gravel can cause abrasions?
Yes, that's possible.
Anything further?
No, Judge.
All right. Thank you. You may step down if you want to hand me that.
And that does it for the pathologist. Coming up, a crime scene response specialist takes the stand. So we'll be right back.
Join Court TV's Vinnie Politan.
In every story, in every trial, every case, there's at least two sides to it.
To dive into the latest.
Oh my God.
And breaking true crime stories.
This was a very targeted, very personal attack.
Inside.
I've never seen that in Discovery. I've been incarcerated 3 years.
And outside of the courtroom.
She's a psychopath.
Now, let's look at the other side of all of that.
Vinnie Politan Investigates. Tonight, 9/8 Central. Only on Court TV.
It was a holiday parade that quickly turned tragic.
Evil has arrived and it's shown what it can do.
Darrell Brooks is accused of killing 6 people when he drove his vehicle through a crowd of spectators.
In a surprising move, Brooks waived his right to an attorney and instead will be representing himself.
Your life is not on the line. Mine is.
The Deadly Parade Crash Trial. Weekdays noon to 4 on Court TV. Legendary Trials.
Why is America paying attention to the race?
Because what happens in this town happens to your town too.
Here on the steps of the U.S. Capitol after a historic...
The decisions made in this house are felt in the heart of yours.
Every night on the race, we take you to the people, the policies, and the political points of impact.
We want to add some context around it tonight.
The Race, weeknights at 6/5 Central on Scripps News. Watch with an antenna or on your favorite streaming app.
You budget. You pay bills.
Yet somehow, women like you, like me,
are 80% more likely than men to live in poverty in retirement.
So here's what we're going to do now. We're going to save ourselves by setting a goal to save 2% more of our income for our retirement.
Why 2?
1% honors you.
And 1% honors all womankind.
So come on. Learn more about the 2% challenge at wesaysaveit.org.
Let the games begin.
Yeah, baby. Let's get some order now, okay?
You know I got to get my dance on.
Hey, family! I'm coming back to this show. Isn't this just fabulous?
I'm Marisa Giorgio, live from our studio in Missoula, Montana, and this is America Tonight.
Scripps News takes you ahead of the headlines.
We're reading between the lines there.
America Tonight on Scripps News. Find with an antenna or on your favorite streaming app.
It's really important for Scripps News reporters to live where they are reporting.
You get to talk to people from all different backgrounds.
We do stories with people regardless of the political persuasions.
We're coming here as people, as your neighbors.
We know best what's happening in our communities.
And that's why I wake up every morning, is I hope I can deliver folks information so they can make an educated decision. I'm Forrest Saunders, Ben Brown, Jake Burns,
Rachel Louise Just, Alex Miller, Scripps News.
Watch Scripps News. Find with an antenna or on your favorite streaming app.
We got a runner! I got him!
Blues!
Party's over.
Give me something new. I want the real you. That is the best idea I've ever heard.
Yes, of course we can get you more.
Rex, go!
Angus MacGyver.
The fun is just beginning.
Just give me more.
Weeknights.
Daddy and I have some exciting news.
Laugh-More has a new man of the house.
Sounds like a plan that makes everybody happy.
And he runs a pretty tight ship.
You got blackjack. That pays 3 cookies to 2. I have responsibilities.
My game starts in 20 minutes.
You said having kids would be fun.
I said making kids would be fun.
Man with a plan. Weeknights starting at 11/10 Central on Laugh More.
Are you laughing at me?
So hard.
Welcome back, everyone. Back now to Wisconsin, where we are watching day 1 of testimony in the retrial for defendant Naya Tao. Prosecutors say that he fatally shot 3 men because one of them allegedly owed him just $600. So let's get you back into court, where the state's next witness has just taken the stand. This is a crime scene response specialist. Let's go back in.
Good morning, sir.
Good morning.
Will you please state and spell your name for the record?
Yes, I am Nick Stalke, Stahlke.
Sir, what do you do for a living?
I'm a crime scene response specialist for the state of Wisconsin at the State Crime Laboratory in Madison, Wisconsin.
And is that a job that you are currently holding and doing every day, or something else?
I am not. I retired in October of 2023.
Before you retired, sir, how long had you been doing that job?
Well, I came to Wisconsin in 1992, so I had approximately 31 years with the state of Wisconsin, but prior to that, I worked a similar position in the state of Idaho, and I worked there for 5 years. So all in all, I have about 36 years of experience in crime scene response.
36 years in crime scene response. When you retired, can you explain to us specifically what your job duties were in crime scene response the last couple of years of your work at the crime lab?
Well, it didn't really change all that much. When I started, I was trained in processing of crime scenes in the state of Idaho. There I got all of my initial training in processing the scenes and bloodstain pattern analysis and things on that order. So when I came to Wisconsin, I jumped right in and continued to process scenes because I already had 5 years of experience, and quickly became a team leader who then is responsible for the team that is processing the crime scenes. So for the approximately 31 years in the state of Wisconsin, I was a team leader responsible for the processing of crime scenes around the state.
Do you have any specialized education or training that lets you do that job specifically of being a team leader for a crime response team at the Wisconsin State Crime Lab?
Oh, certainly. I have attended numerous courses, 40-hour courses, multiple-day courses that provided training in this processing of crime scenes, the analysis of bloodstain patterns, bullet trajectories, collection of evidence, and then a number of multiple scenes, webinars that I attended that also then provide background information on those types of things.
Your Honor, may I approach the witness?
Go ahead.
Mr. Stalkey, I handed you what's been pre-marked as exhibit number 33. Do you recognize that document?
Yes, I do.
What is it?
Exhibit number 33 is a copy of my statement of qualifications.
And is that a document that summarizes your training and experience and work history that lets you do that job you've been telling us about?
It does.
I'd move for the admission of Exhibit 33.
Any objection? Received? Okay.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Stalkey, I'd like to direct your attention to the morning of July 23rd, 2021. Were you working that day as a team leader with the crime response team?
Yes, I was.
Were you called, or did you become involved in a case involving the deaths of 3 men at a quarry in La Crosse County?
I was.
Did you get a phone call? How did you become involved?
Yes, approximately 6:30, if I recall, that morning, Captain John Siegel requested the crime lab's assistance in the processing of this crime scene. So we rallied our team and came over to La Crosse and County and got here about 10:45 that morning.
Got the call around 6:30. You got there about 10:45 in the morning. You're based in, did I hear you correctly, Madison?
That's correct.
Okay, so bit of a drive, right?
It is.
You said you assembled the team, I believe?
Yes.
Who all was on the team that day?
We always have 2 people that attend scenes, the team leader, of course, and then a photographer to document the crime scenes. That particular day we had an additional person. We like to have 3 if possible, have extra set of hands. But that day we had Cassidy Bowles and Michelle Obst, which Michelle was the photographer and Cassidy Bowles was training in photography, so Michelle was overseeing and helping train her in photography.
And just for the record, for the court reporter, Obst is O-B-S-T and Bowles is B-O-L-L-E-S. Your position was team leader. Can you walk us through what did you do when you arrived at this quarry? And let me first ask you, was that the Romskog quarry?
It was that quarry, yes.
What did you do when you got there?
Excuse me, what did I?
Turn my head down. I shouldn't talk into the table. What did you do when you got there?
Well, we came in on County Road S, which I don't know if we were directed to come in from that direction, but that seemed to be a really windy road, and so it took us a while just to get on that road to the scene. But once we arrived, I always seek out people that know something about the scene, how they came upon it, and whatever information they can provide me that might assist me. In some cases, we will get a short description of the scene during the request, and then I always try to build on that or to see whether or not there's any changes have occurred since we last had communication. So I seek out the person that knows the most about the scene at that time and get a little briefing from them. And it was Detective Leinfelder and, John Williams, is that name? I think, anyway, two detectives provided us some information about that. And then I do a walkthrough. Sometimes I'll take people from the agencies or just the crime lab people that come with me through the scene just to get a feel for what type of scene we have, what evidence potentially could be at that scene, and then determine what tasks need to be conducted and in what order, and if there's any additional special equipment that's necessary or if there needs to be any more people requested to come to the scene, some experts in certain fields. So when I approached the scene, I realized that we had certain evidence that was at the scene, and it was a very hot, windy day. So I knew then that because there was some impressions in the soft sand or dirt, which was rather dusty, that these could deteriorate under the weather conditions we had that particular day. So I prioritized certain things due to the weather.
Okay. And I'm going to follow up on that, but before I get there, you mentioned speaking with detectives on the scene. You mentioned Detective Leinfelder and Detective Williams.
Yes.
Okay. They provided you a briefing, is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. When they provided you that information, you previously testified that you arrived at 10:45 a.m. Did that briefing happen right away, or was that later on, multiple hours later?
It may have been later. I know that when I first arrived, I was a bit anxious about the weather conditions, and that I needed to get to it immediately. So it may have occurred later. I don't recall exactly.
You don't recall that?
No.
Sir, did you ultimately, as the team leader on this case, prepare a report documenting your observations, your opinions, information about the scene?
I did.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Go ahead. You don't need to ask permission each time. You can just go up. Okay?
Fantastic. Thank you, Judge.
Yeah.
Mr. Sulky, I handed you what's been previously marked as exhibit number 34. Is that your report?
right, while the witness is taking a look at that, we're going to bring in former prosecutor and constitutional attorney Chris Ann Hall to talk about what we've been seeing so far in this case. Chris Ann, thank you so much for joining us this afternoon. This is a retrial, so I want to kind of tap into your experience as a constitutional attorney. Obviously, when this happens, a lot of times the prosecution is able to present a stronger case. Last time, the jurors were not able to come to a decision in this, so it was declared a mistrial. Now, the prosecution is getting another chance. What's your take on this? I think we need to figure out some audio issues with Chris Ann. Maybe she's muted or didn't have her mic on, but we're going to get in a break, and when we come back, hopefully we can hear from Chris Ann. So stick with us. You're watching Court TV, your front row seat to justice.
I'm the armor, or at least I was.
A famous actor in a movie set accident that ended in tragedy.
I turn and cock the gun goes off.
Now the film's armorer has been charged with involuntary manslaughter.
Just because it's an accident doesn't mean that it's not criminal.
Court TV takes you inside the courtroom as Hannah Gutierrez faces a jury.
The Baldwin movie shooting trial, weekdays 8 to noon on Court TV Legendary Trials.
8 hours of back-to-back true crime cases every Saturday.
This is crazy.
On America's original true crime obsession. 48 hours on Court TV. Saturdays starting at 4/3 Central on Court TV.
It was a holiday parade that quickly turned tragic.
Evil has arrived and it's shown what it can do.
Darrell Brooks is accused of killing 6 people when he drove his vehicle through a crowd of spectators.
In a surprising move, Brooks waived his right to an attorney and instead will be representing himself.
Your life is not on the line. Mine is.
The Deadly Parade Crash Trial, weekdays noon to 4 on Court TV Legendary Trials.
It's really important for Scripps News reporters to live where they are reporting.
You get to talk to people from all different backgrounds.
We do stories with people regardless of the political persuasions.
We're coming here as people, as your neighbors.
We know best what's happening in our communities.
And that's why I wake up every morning, is I hope I can deliver folks information so they can make an educated decision. I'm Forrest Saunders,
Ben Brown,
Jake Burns,
Rachel Louise Just, Alex Miller, Scripps News.
Watch Scripps News, find with an antenna, or on your favorite streaming app.
We carry the legacy of those who paved the way. We aren't just competitors.
Instead of just being a part of it, we are going to be a leader in the sport. We are looking forward to continuing to make history.
We are symbols of resilience and pride.
Only the best of the best survive.
A Bounce HBCU yearbook, a year-long salute to historically black colleges and universities.
3, 2, 1, go.
You budget. You pay bills.
Yet somehow, women like you, like me,
are 80% more likely than men to live in poverty in retirement.
So here's what we're going to do now. We're going to save ourselves by setting a goal to save 2% more of our income for our retirement.
Why 2?
1% honors you.
And 1% honors all womankind.
So come on. Learn more about the 2% challenge at wesaysaveit.org.
Why is America paying attention to the race?
Because what happens in this town happens to your town too.
Here on the steps of the U.S. Capitol after a historic...
The decisions made in this house are felt in the heart of yours.
Every night on the race, we take you to the people, the policies, and the political points of impact.
We want to add some context around it tonight.
The Race, weeknights at 6/5 Central on Scripps News. Watch with an antenna or on your favorite streaming app.
Weeknights.
Daddy and I have some exciting news.
Laugh More has a new man of the house.
Sounds like a plan that makes everybody happy.
And he runs a pretty tight ship.
You got blackjack. That pays 3 cookies to 2. I have responsibilities.
My game starts in 20 minutes.
You said having kids would be fun. I said making kids would be fun.
Man with a Plan. Weeknights starting at 11/10 Central on Laugh More.
Are you laughing at me?
So hard.
Welcome back to Court TV Live. I'm Kelly Craft. A Wisconsin man is facing retrial this afternoon, accused of triple homicide. Nia Tao is facing several charges for the shooting deaths of 3 men outside the entrance of a Wisconsin quarry. This is back in July of 2021. Prosecutors say that at least one of the men was believed to have stolen $600 from Tao and his co-defendant, who's already serving life in prison for his admitted role in the killings. Let's get you back inside the courtroom now. Still on the stand is the crime scene response specialist being questioned by the state.
Yes, exhibit number 34 is a copy of my report, which also includes technical review checklist and 19 pages of my notes.
Okay. By prior agreement, it sounds like Exhibit 34, Your Honor, I'd move it into evidence.
That's correct. It'd be received, or?
Yes, we're not publishing the whole thing. We'll just talk about it.
Okay. It'll be received.
Thank you. And just because I want to be clear on these kind of things, does the Wisconsin State Crime Lab attach to a case its own numerical designation, its own case number?
Yes, it does.
What's the case number for this one?
The case number for this particular case was M21-1670.
Okay. Now, looking at your report, does that help you recall being briefed when you got there or sometime later on?
I don't have any specific times when I was briefed by them. No.
Mr. Salke, I'm going to direct you to page 1, the middle of the page, sentence starting with upon arrival.
Oh.
Does that help you, sir?
Yeah, I'm finding that. Oh, sure enough. Upon arrival at approximately 10:45 a.m., the team was met and briefed by Detectives John Williams and Fritz Leinfelder of the La Crosse County Sheriff's Office. Yes.
Okay. Thank you. If you recall during that briefing, were you given any names of potential suspects?
No.
Were you given any names of any potential witnesses?
No.
Were you given any names of any potential eyewitnesses?
No.
Thank you. Okay. I'm going to pick up where you left off a little bit ago. You were talking about it being a hot and windy day.
It was.
And you're also talking about sort of the quality of the sand or the dirt. Is that the right word?
Sure.
Okay. Why were those two things, well, one thing, dirt or sand, why was that important to you considering the weather?
Our entire track impression evidence is one of the most overlooked evidence at crime scenes generally. So I make it a point to look for it first thing, because you can lose that evidence not only from contamination or just from activities that occur during the process in the scene. You could destroy that type of evidence, so you lose it if you're not looking for it immediately. So again, it was one of the things then that I tend to do is I look for that types of evidence, and this scene had not only floor impressions, but it had tire track impressions, and this type of evidence is fleeting in that it's very vulnerable to the weather conditions, and that particular day with that type of surface, it's a dusty, dirty scene, at least that driveway, that with the heat and the wind, those impressions are going to not only lose, maybe be obliterated entirely, but it will certainly lose some detail if we did not process them early and quickly that particular day.
Thank you. Now, sir, I want to be clear about something. You're not any kind of expert. You're not a footwear or tire impression comparison expert. Is that right?
That's correct. I don't do any comparisons in that type of work, right?
So it wouldn't be your job to say, take a shoe and a footwear impression and say, these two caused, this caused that.
I do not do that, no.
No. So why then are we talking about footwear and tire impressions? What is it about your job that lets you talk about that?
Well, when you, as a processor of crime scenes, you look for anything that might be helpful in determining maybe the possible suspects or how this particular crime went down. And so you look for any potential evidence, or you look for anything that possibly could help you in regard to that type of processing. And so this particular case, you have footwear, you have tire track impressions. You're going to document them so that they could then be used potentially for this particular case.
You look for things that might be relevant later on.
Oh, absolutely.
In addition to tire impressions and footwear impressions that you noticed when you arrived at the quarry, what was some of the other evidence, if any, that immediately struck you when you were there?
Other than the tire track and footwear impressions?
That's correct.
Well, it's a striking scene to begin with, because you have from County Road M, the entrance to the quarry. This is dirt drive, and it's somewhat elevated from the gate to this quarry, and you have 3 bodies laying near the gate. That's a pretty striking visual thing right off the bat. And in and around those bodies were additional evidence, such as personal items and fired cartridge cases. And of course, then anytime there's wounds caused by bullets or firearms, you're going to have blood. So we had all those things at this scene.
Okay. Did I hear you correctly? Because you have a very soothing, lowish voice, and so I want to be sure I hear you well. You mentioned personal items.
Yes.
Did I also hear cartridge casings?
Correct.
Okay. I call them spent shells. Is that the same? Are we talking about the same thing?
I like to use the term fired cartridge cases.
Okay.
Because you have cartridges would be a bullet, in what most people refer to a bullet. Once it's been fired, there's no more bullets, so you have a fired cartridge case remaining.
Thank you. That's much more descriptive. I like that better. And then there were the 3 bodies. Sir, can you tell us during your time at the crime lab, how many homicide scenes have you responded to?
Somewhere in between 300 and 400 scenes. It may be more than that. I just never kept track.
And out of those, as many as 300 to 400, how many where there were 3 bodies?
There's been a couple that had 3. There's been some that have had more, and of course, numerous singles and doubles.
Fair to say it's not the norm?
No, 3 is a significant scene.
With those 3 individuals at the quarry who were deceased and the personal items, were you actually able to identify the persons using their personal items next to them?
I think through the assistance from law enforcement, we were able to identify who the bodies were, or the individuals' names for the bodies that were present there at the scene.
And so with that, were you able, and you can use your report, exhibit number 34 if this helps, refer to the individual bodies by their actual names?
Yes, I could.
Okay. You mentioned that on the crime response team, you were joined with Ms. Obst and Ms. Bowles, and Ms. Obst was the photographer?
She was in that primary role, but because we were training Cassidy Bowles, she was overseeing that training. But so she was both of them were pretty much actively documenting through photography the scene.
Okay. Taking photographs of a scene such as this, is that a primary job of the crime response team?
It is, yes.
And just ballpark, do you recall, were a lot of photos taken at this time?
Oh, there's always a lot of photos taken, but I can't recall the exact number.
Your Honor, I'd say this is a pretty good time for us to have a natural break.
Okay. So, ladies and gentlemen, we'll take a lunch break again.
All right, going to lunch there in Wisconsin. We've been watching this retrial of the case there. We're going to get in a quick break ourselves, but don't go anywhere. You're watching Court TV, your front row seat to justice.
Tonight on Closing Arguments, the latest developments in true crime stories from across the country, plus in-depth analysis from our legal experts.
Closing Arguments with Vinnie Politan, tonight at 8/7 Central, only on Court TV.
The Dad in the Ditch murder trial. What to know before we take you inside the courtroom each day. Plus, what's trending in true crime with a deep dive into unsolved cases.
Opening statements with Julie Grant. Mornings at 8/7 Central on Court TV.
It's really important for Scripps News reporters to live where they are reporting.
You get to talk to people from all different backgrounds.
We do stories with people regardless of the political persuasions.
We're coming here as people, as your neighbors.
We know best what's happening in our communities.
And that's why I wake up every morning, is I hope I can deliver folks information so they can make an educated decision. I'm Forrest Saunders,
Ben Brown,
Jake Burns,
Rachel Louise Just,
Alex Miller, Scripps News.
Watch Scripps News, find with an antenna, or on your favorite streaming app.
You're not gonna get it all right. Just make sure you nail the big stuff.
Mama!
Like making sure your kids are in the right seat for their age and size. Get it right at nhtsa.gov/the-right-seat.
Why is America paying attention to the race? Because what takes place on both sides of the aisle here can be seen on both sides of these aisles.
The Race, weeknights at 6 on Scripps News. Watch with an antenna or on your favorite streaming app.
Weeknights.
Daddy and I have some exciting news.
Laugh More has a new man of the house.
Sounds like a plan that makes everybody happy.
And he runs a pretty tight ship.
You got blackjack. That pays 3 cookies to 2. I have responsibilities.
My game starts in 20 minutes.
You said having kids would be fun.
I said making kids would be fun.
Man with a Plan. Weeknights starting at 11/10 Central on Laugh More.
Are you laughing at me?
So hard.
8 hours of back-to-back true crime cases every Saturday.
This is crazy.
On America's original true crime obsession. 48 hours on Court TV. Saturday starting at 4/3 Central on Court TV.
I'm Marisa Giorgio, live from our studio in Missoula, Montana, and this is America Tonight.
Scripps News takes you ahead of the headlines.
We're reading between the lines there.
America Tonight on Scripps News. Find with an antenna or on your favorite streaming app.
You got us banned from being room parents? I have never been more in love with you.
Who wants to go nuts for donuts?
Show him your folding trick.
I'm not in the mood for your sheet right now.
That's gotta hurt, huh? You keep me coming back for more.
Let the games begin.
Yeah, baby.
Let's get some order now, okay?
You know I got to get my dance on.
Hey, family! I'm coming back to this show. Isn't this just fabulous?
Give me something new. I want the real you.
That is the best idea I've ever heard.
Yes, of course we can get you more. Rex, go!
Angus MacGyver.
The fun is just beginning.
Just give me more.
Welcome back, everyone. We are going back to Wisconsin, where defendant Nia Tao is facing 3 counts of first-degree intentional homicide for the fatal shootings of 3 people back in July of 2021. Prosecutors do say it was all over $600. Right now, the jury is hearing from a crime scene specialist on direct examination. So let's get you back into court now for more.
Okay. Right before we broke, we were talking essentially about photos that the crime response team takes at the crime scene. Do you remember that?
Yes, I do.
Okay. Now, we're going to look at some pictures. And I believe by prior agreement, and of course, counsel, please object if I have this wrong, there's no objection to the admission of exhibits 36 through 66.
Those are the same photos that you gave me copies of?
That is correct, sir.
Agreed. No objection, and no objection to publication of those matters.
All right, do you want to just move to receive them then, right now? Any objection to receiving them?
No, Judge.
All right. I know it's a little bit backwards, but since nobody's objecting, we'll just receive 36 through 66 and go from there. Go ahead.
Thank you, Judge. Okay, so what we're going to do then, let's go ahead. If we could have exhibit 36 up. And what I'm going to do, sir, is we'll have a photo and then I'll ask you some questions about it as we move through. Okay, so we have up exhibit 36, and for the record, off to the left side, it says M21-1670-1_IMG_0016. I just say this because I'm also going to be identifying those last numbers for the record each time. So this is also number 16. Mr. Stalkey, what am I looking at here?
This is an overview of the scene itself. We're looking at in the southwesterly direction. The roadway here is County Road M, and right at this location, it runs basically north-south. This road is connects West Salem with the town north of here. Holman, yes, thank you.
Please don't respond or help. Let the witness.
I'm sorry. It connects West Salem and Holman, but that's generally in a southeasterly direction. But it turns here and it goes perfectly north-south. So from this angle, we're looking southwest from a higher vantage point, just to the south of the entrance of this quarry.
Okay, so the top is the south, the bottom is the north, and then we've got the east to the left and the west to the right?
That's correct.
Okay. We also see in this image some vehicles.
Yes.
See those?
Yes, I do.
Were you able to identify those vehicles?
Well, what I was told was these vehicles had arrived prior to our arrival. These two vehicles that are in the driveway, the blue Volkswagen Beetle and the white Chevrolet pickup, were workers, quarry workers that were arriving to work that day when they were the ones that found the bodies. The third vehicle back on the shoulder is a La Crosse County Sheriff's Department patrol car.
Okay. And if we could advance to Exhibit 37 then? And sir, this is image 17, largely the same but a little bit different. Can you just orient us and let us know what we're looking at here?
Yes, Exhibit 37, number 17, image number 17, is a similar photograph as the previous one. This is looking directly south. It has the locked gate in the center of the photograph. Off to the left is the quarry. There's a small weigh station there inside that gate, and then of course you have the three vehicles and the three bodies that are placed or located near the gate.
Okay, when you say three vehicles, we can clearly see two of them and the third only a small portion off to the right side. Is that correct?
Correct. Same vehicles that were in the previous slide.
Okay. Moving then, let's advance to Exhibit 38, image 22.
Exhibit 38, image 22, is a photograph taken from County Highway M, looking east. And you can see there the two quarry workers' vehicles that were described earlier, with the gate and the bodies located in between, or you can view them in between the two vehicles.
Okay. So I see in the center at the bottom portion of the photograph that there are some yellow tent markers. Do you see those?
I do.
Can you tell us what those are?
Well, like I described earlier, the first thing that I did when arriving to the scene, or started processing the scene, is the detection of tire track impressions. And what I did was I was trying to determine the order, the sequence of the placement of those tire track impressions within the scene. I numbered them 1 to 7, 7 being the one that is the oldest tire track impression, 1 being the most recent tire track impression that was laid, and I did that by determining or establishing that these impressions were overlaying each other, and was then able to determine their sequence. So 7 is the oldest, and number 7 actually passes through and under the gate. My objective was to determine all impressions made after the gate was closed and locked.
Okay. I think that there may be a laser pointer in front of you on the ledge a little bit. Okay. Is that working?
Yes, it does.
Excellent. So can you just point out to us a little bit on sort of a large scale, do you see those tire tracks, tire impressions that you've mentioned in this photograph?
Yes, I see
Can you
that.
point them out for us a little bit and describe how you're seeing them?
Okay. since 7 is marked, I'll go ahead and point that one out real quick. 7 travels from the roadway, Highway County Road M, right through, and it passes underneath the gate. There's also impressions laid by the vehicles that are present here in the scene. These are track impressions made by the white Chevrolet pickup. And then it's hard to see, but there's impressions laid here.
All right, coming up, more testimony in the triple murder retrial for Naya Tao. Plus, Matt Johnson, he's going to join us live for an update. We will be right back. Don't go anywhere.
We got a runner! I got him!
Blues! Party's over.
Durham 911, where's your emergency?
My wife had an accident. She's still breathing.
What kind of accident?
Down them stairs.
It's the story that's the focus of the Netflix series The Staircase. North Carolina versus Michael Peterson, a novelist accused of murdering his wife.
Kathleen was my life. I whispered her name in my heart 1,000 times.
You need to go and watch every minute of the entire trial on Court TV.
Let the games begin.
Yeah, baby! Let's get some order now, okay?
No, I got to get my dance on.
Hey, family! I'm coming back to this show. This is just fabulous.
Weeknights.
Daddy and I have some exciting news.
Laugh More has a new man of the house.
Sounds like a plan that makes everybody happy.
And he runs a pretty tight ship.
You got blackjack. That pays 3 cookies to 2. I have responsibilities.
My game starts in 20 minutes.
You said having kids would be fun.
I said making kids would be fun.
Man with a Plan. Weeknights starting at 11:10 Central on Laugh More.
Are you laughing at me?
So hard.
A masked hero, a faithful sidekick, a trusty steed,
Silver!
and a boundless trail of blazing adventure.
So you're the masked man?
I'm afraid so. Coming after you.
Thundering its way into our weekday lineup.
This mask stands for justice. Come on!
The Lone Ranger. Wednesdays on Grit Extra.
We'll be waiting for them.
Television with backbone.
Why is America paying attention to the race? Because what takes place on both sides of the aisle here can be seen on both sides of these aisles.
The Race, weeknights at 6 on Scripps News. Watch with an antenna or on your favorite streaming app.
You budget. You pay bills.
Yet somehow, women like you, like me,
are 80% more likely than men to live in poverty in retirement.
So here's what we're going to do now. We're going to save ourselves by setting a goal to save 2% more of our income for our retirement.
Why 2?
1% honors you.
And 1% honors all womankind.
So come on. Learn more about the 2% challenge at WeSaySaveIt.org. I'm Marisa Giorgio, live from our studio in Missoula, Montana, and this is America Tonight.
Scripps News takes you ahead of the headlines.
We're reading between the lines there.
America Tonight on Scripps News. Find with an antenna or on your favorite streaming app.
Why is America paying attention to the race?
Because what happens in this town happens to your town too.
Here on the steps of the U.S. Capitol after a historic...
The decisions made in this house are felt in the heart of yours.
Every night on the race, we take you to the people, the policies, and the political points of impact.
We want to add some context around it tonight.
The Race, weeknights at 6/5 Central on Scripps News. Watch with an antenna or on your favorite streaming app.
With over 1 million satisfied customers. Visit legacybox.com.
And welcome
Welcome back to Court TV Live. I'm Judge Ashley Wilcott, of course, honored to be with you today. We are in Wisconsin this afternoon for the triple murder retrial for defendant Naya Tao. The then 33-year-old is accused of fatally shooting 3 men in the early morning hours of July 23rd of 2021 because one of those men allegedly owed him $600. Another suspect agreed to a plea deal and testified in Tao's first trial, where he told the jury that Tao was the trigger man. Before we get you back inside that courtroom, let's bring in Court TV crime and justice correspondent Matt Johnson to bring us up to speed. Matt, always great to have you here on set. Great to see you. Tell us about, I know that the jury heard opening statements. Tell us more about those.
Right, this jury in Wisconsin, this second jury for this defendant, they were very powerful opening statements, both sides laying out their case, and it might come down to just one witness in their eyes. The state's star witness, Brittany Schlitt, was the focus of opening statements. The jury heard that she was in the car with the victims as they were taken to the quarry. She was also at the scene of the murders. Take a listen.
There was someone else at the quarry with Mr. Ratanasak and Mr. Tao in those early morning hours. They left a witness, a woman named Bridget Schlitt. At this point in Bridget's life, in July of 2021, she was living in two very different worlds. Bridget will tell you that she saw the shot that hit Trevor in the temple.
Bridget Schlitt is a bystander because even though she helped him by driving people there, if she lacks knowledge of the execution that he did, that Cam Ratanasak did, she's not a party to that crime. She knows that, and when she sits in that chair, she'll tell you she knows that. She'll tell you she's worried still about being an accessory to murder, and that's what motivates her testimony.
That key witness, Bridget, testified in the last trial that ended in mistrial, as we know, just 1 year ago. The defense questioned her memory, her drug use, and her possible motives to lie, Judge Ashley.
And tell us about key testimony in this case so far.
We are off and running, and there is a lot of key testimony, including first responders at the scene, the pathologist took the stand, and a crime scene tech, including Sergeant Mark Patterson was on the stand. He was first on the scene. He told the jury about the brutal nature of these murders and how traumatic it was for him to even see as a 27-year veteran.
What are we seeing in the distance there in this photo?
You have the two vehicles from the employees and then the deceased laying up by the gate. I was kind of shocked that there was actually 3 deceased bodies at the quarry.
Okay.
I mean, I was kind of taken back, yes.
Right. Again, you can have lots of emotions at the same time, right? Yes?
Correct.
I would imagine somewhere mixed in there was probably some sense of sadness as well.
I suppose there was. I guess I don't.
Probably some sense of maybe not fear, but concern for your safety at least, correct?
Correct.
And this is you, somebody who'd been there much later. That's how it's impacting you, 27-year veteran, right?
Correct.
Just a chaotic scene, something like anything unlike any of these first responders had seen, Judge Ashley, including this gentleman that took the stand. 27 years serving the public, and he had never seen anything like that, saying that it was very traumatic for even he. And you notice that sometimes the witness appears to be in shadows. That's because they have exhibits up on the board.
Oh, glad to know that. And it is amazing, 27 years, Matt, before he says, this one's really bad.
This is the one. Yeah.
Oh, thank you so much for all your great updates and keeping us posted on everything going on. We now want to go back inside the courtroom where the jury is hearing from a crime scene specialist.
Through our traversing the scene and multiple tire trap impressions I didn't even consider because number 7 overlaid them. So I knew that they were older than 7. So anything more recent were the ones that were most probative, and those were the ones that I concentrated on.
Forgive me if I'm asking too many questions, but I mean, how is it that you're able to tell if one impression is more recent than another?
Well, impressions or tire tracks that leave impressions, that means they impress their track into the soil or into the sand in this particular case. When there's multiple tire tracks at a scene, there was laid at different times throughout the process. You can sequence those by determining which one occurred more recent than the other because it passes over the impression that's already laid in the sand or soil.
Thank you. Let's advance to Exhibit 39. This is not 39. Would be, there we go. Fantastic. Exhibit 39, image 41. Sir, what are we looking at here?
Exhibit 39, image 41 is a mid-range photograph of the 3 bodies that were present at the scene. We're looking generally in a southeasterly direction. And this is, they're located at or below the locked gate of the quarry.
Okay. Now, and if you need to look at your report, Exhibit 34, you may do so. But can you tell us who is who out of these 3 bodies, starting first with the gentleman who's closest to us in terms of the photograph, with it appears to be shorts on?
Yes, the northernmost is how I would describe them. The northernmost, the center, and the southernmost. The northernmost victim is Nemo Yang. The one in the center is Peng Lor. And the victim in the southernmost position is Trevor Maloney.
How were you able to tell who was who?
How were we able to tell the individuals?
Correct.
They actually had their wallets and identification on their bodies. We gathered them and were able then to identify each of the victims from the photographs.
Just out of curiosity, sir, as I look at this photograph, it appears that the gate is on top of these individuals in varying degrees.
Excuse me?
Well, as I look at this photograph, it looks like the gate sort of is over top of these individuals. Did you notice anything about the gate, how it moved, anything like that when you were there?
The gate had a lot of play in that if you went to push on it, you could move it further into the quarry or easterly. So there was one body, that would be Trevor Maloney, was actually, most of his body was located under the gate. Actually, I believe that his body did get under the gate somewhat, even it didn't have that much of a play. So the other 2 bodies were this side of the gate, though.
Okay. Thank you. If we could then, I think we're going to be starting with Mr. Lohr, some discussions about him. If we could advance to Exhibit 40, please. Okay. Is this Mr. Lohr?
It is.
In a more close-up form?
It is, yes.
Okay. Thank you. I'd ask you about him. Was there anything noteworthy to you about Mr. Lohr
that we see in this photograph?
Well, in each of our scenes, we describe the condition and the positions of the bodies at all our scenes. In this particular case, Mr. Peng-Loor's body was positioned on his back, and the other two bodies were mostly on their bellies or prone. This was noteworthy in that it appeared that his body initially was like the other two on his stomach, but was moved onto the location or the position that we found him mostly on his back.
How were you able to determine that?
Well, I don't know if we're going to see a photograph of his face, but his face was bloody, and in that blood was gravel and dirt, indicating that at one point he was face down. He had bled, and then the gravel had stuck to the bloody surfaces of his face.
Do you also see that situation present on his outstretched hand?
Oh yes, he had gravel on his hands as well. So some of this blood may have been. There might be some void areas produced from the position that he was in initially, which is areas that do not have blood. He has. You can see that his hand is bloodied, and there's gravel that is stuck to the blood that's on the surface of his hand. This was very similar to what his face looked like.
Thank you. And did you notice anything, or can we see anything noteworthy about Mr. Loor's pockets?
Yes, you can see that his pockets are pulled inside out. This was consistent with the other victims as well.
We also see some personal effects in this photograph. Did you locate any cash money near Mr. Loor?
Yes, these are personal items that were scattered about near each of the bodies, but nowhere in the scene did we come across any cash, maybe some coins, but nothing substantial.
Thank you. If we could advance then to Exhibit 41, please. And this is image 132. Can you tell us what we're looking at here?
This was exhibit number 41?
That's correct.
Image 132. This is a wallet that was found. This was near Trevor Maloney's body. What we do when we have a wallet, we typically remove all the content.
We're going to pause. Testimony there from the crime scene analyst. And just so you know, the reason exhibits are not being shown is because those not shown are too graphic. Stay with us. When we come back, we'll get you back inside court.
For TV fans, you demanded it. Here we go, do it. So now you're getting more true crime at nighttime.
Oh my God, oh my God.
48 hours on Court TV. Tonight, 7/6 Central on Court TV.
Tonight on Closing Arguments, the latest developments in true crime stories from across the country, plus in-depth analysis from our legal experts.
Closing Arguments with Vinnie Politan. Tonight at 8/7 Central, only on Court TV.
It was a holiday parade that quickly turned tragic.
Evil has arrived and it's shown what it can do.
Darrell Brooks is accused of killing 6 people when he drove his vehicle through a crowd of spectators.
In a surprising move, Brooks waived his right to an attorney and instead will be representing himself.
Your life is not on the line. Mine is.
The Deadly Parade Crash Trial. Weekdays noon to 4 on Court TV. Legendary Trials.
I'm Marisa Giorgio, live from our studio in Missoula, Montana, and this is America Tonight.
Scripps News takes you ahead of the headlines.
We're reading between the lines there.
America Tonight on Scripps News. Find with an antenna or on your favorite streaming app.
Let the games
begin.
Yeah, baby. Let's get some order now, okay?
You know I got to get my dance on.
Hey, family! I'm coming back to this show. This is just fabulous.
Give me something new. I want the real you. Come and
That is the best idea I've ever heard.
Yes, of course we get you more. Rex, go!
Angus MacGyver.
The fun is just beginning.
Just give me more.
Why is America paying attention to the race?
Because what happens in this town happens to your town too.
Here on the steps of the U.S. Capitol after a
The
historic...
decisions made in this house are felt in the heart of yours.
Every night on the race, we take you to the people, the policies, and the political points of impact.
We want to add some context around it tonight.
The Race, weeknights at 6/5 Central on Scripps News. Watch with an antenna or on your favorite streaming app.
It's really important for Scripps News reporters to live where they are reporting.
You get to talk to people from all different backgrounds.
We do stories with people regardless of the political persuasions.
We're coming here as people, as your neighbors.
We know best what's happening in our communities.
And that's why I wake up every morning, is I hope I can deliver folks information so they can make an educated decision. I'm Forrest Saunders.
Ben Brown.
Jake Burns.
Rachel Louise Just.
Alex Miller, Scripps News.
Watch Scripps News, find with an antenna or on your favorite streaming app.
We carried the legacy of those who paved the way. We aren't just competitors.
Instead of just being a part of it, we are going to be a leader in the sport. We are looking forward to continuing to make history.
We are symbols of resilience and pride.
Only the best of the best survive.
A Bounce HBCU yearbook, a year-long salute to historically black colleges and universities.
3, 2, 1, go.
We got a runner! I got him! Blues!
Party's over.
A masked hero, a faithful sidekick, a trusty steed, and a boundless trail of blazing adventure.
So you're the masked man?
I'm afraid so. Coming after you.
Thundering its way into our weekday lineup.
This mask stands for justice.
Come on! The Lone Ranger, Wednesdays on Grit Extra.
We'll be waiting for them.
Television with backbone.
A Wisconsin man is facing a retrial this afternoon. He is accused of triple homicide. Defendant Naya Tao is facing several charges for the shooting deaths of 3 men outside the entrance of a Wisconsin quarry in July of 2021. Prosecutors say that at least one of the men was believed to have stolen $600 from Tao's co-defendant, who is already serving life in prison for his admitted role in the killings. Right now, a specialist is walking the jury through photos of the crime scene, which we are not able to show you here on Court TV, most of them because of the graphic nature of the photos. Also, if you wonder why it's a little dark around the witness, it's because they are showing exhibits on a wall to the jury. So let's go back in now where we left off.
And so to be clear then, we have in this photograph an open wallet on the right, and then a number of cards, identification type cards or other type of cards in the center to the left of the wallet.
Yes, this would have been the items that were contained within the wallet.
Okay, contained within the wallet. So this isn't the form that you found these in?
No.
Right.
That's correct.
Took them out, laid them out like this.
Yeah, if it's sorted and arranged in this manner, it's because we removed them from the wallet, as opposed to a photograph that would indicate they were scattered about.
Thank you. If we could then advance to Exhibit 42. And this is image 136. So what are we looking at here?
Exhibit 42, image 136, is Nemo Yang's wallet and the contents that were removed from it.
Same situation as Mr. Maloney's. This was not the form that you found these in. They were arrayed for photographing. Is that correct?
Yes, this is the item that was items that were contained within the wallet when we found it.
Thank you. And I see a couple of rocks on top of paper in this picture. It looks like 4 rocks. Do you see those also?
I do.
What's going on with the rocks?
These rocks were added to the scene, or to this photograph, to prevent them from blowing away. We had a pretty windy day that day.
Thank you. Let's go ahead and advance to Exhibit 43, image 140. What's this?
Exhibit 43, image 140. These are additional items from Nemo Yang. We found letters and additional notes and forms of identification in this wallet.
Thank you. Rocks weighting things down for the wind.
Again, rocks were added to prevent them from blowing away.
Thank you. Let's go ahead and advance to Exhibit 44. This is image 108. What are we looking at here?
Exhibit 44, image 108, is a photograph looking to the west from inside the quarry on the quarry side of the gate of the, not only of the gates with a locked chain, but also the 3 bodies are present underneath or just on the other side of the gate, and the 2 vehicles then that were present, or that found the vehicle of the quarry workers that found the bodies.
Thank you. And in the center, I see another yellow tent. Do you see that also, sir?
Yes, I do.
Do you know what that's marking?
I do. It's marking an entrance card or a room key card for a motel.
Okay. Thank you. Let's go ahead and advance to Exhibit 45, image 109. Is that an up close of what you just told us about yellow tent marker D?
Yes, Exhibit 45, image 109 is just that. It's a close-up of the motel room key card marked with tent marker D.
Okay, in this photograph, do you see any impressions in the ground?
I do.
Can you tell us anything about those impressions, or is that just, it's an impression at the quarry in that location?
Well, there is a tire track impression that's located underneath that key card. This is on the inside of the gate, so this would have been associated with a tire track that would have been impressed into the soil or sand prior to this event.
Okay. Let's advance to Exhibit 46, image 190. What are we looking at here, sir?
Exhibit 46, image 190, is a photograph with a southerly view point. The white Chevrolet pickup truck is still present. At this time, we had removed the blue Volkswagen Beetle. So when we have vehicles or anything that is within a scene that we can remove to assist us in processing the scene, we'll do that, but we have to process everything up to that point before we can remove anything, just potentially destroying any evidence that's present there. So everything was processed up to the point where we could remove the Volkswagen Beetle. And once we did, then we started to mark additional evidence that we could see. In this case, we have tent markers that are numbered, marking footwear impressions that I'd located within the scene.
Okay. So that's what I want to ask you about. We have yellow tent markers, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, and 16. There's also one marked the letter E. Let's start with the numbers. Can you tell me what kind of impressions or what kind of evidence, or if it's neither of those things, correct me. What are those marking?
Typically, the State Crime Laboratory in Wisconsin uses numbers to identify potential evidence within a scene. We do that because it doesn't.
All right, let me bring in criminal defense personal injury attorney Samantha Vacciana. Thank you so much, Samantha, for being with us. Listen, I'm listening to this and I'm thinking, okay, these were executions, but I think on the other hand, maybe thankfully in terms of justice, there was a lot of physical evidence at the scene that's being detailed. Footprints, forensic evidence, which is good evidence for the state.
Agreed, right? The state really seems to have a lot of physical evidence present, but not only that, with the testimony of the co-defendant who's now serving a life sentence, and then also the witness, Bridget, that was at the scene. This time around, I think the state's case may really be bad for the defendant. He may be found guilty based on all of that physical evidence.
And Samantha, that raises a great question to me as I'm listening to this, as we're watching it unfold with our viewers. I'm a little surprised that Naya Tao is going to trial. Everybody has the right. There's a presumption of innocence, right. But I just don't see yet, we haven't heard the defense's case, if there's going to be one, I don't see what type of defense might be successful in a case like this.
Well, you know, they're going to try to discredit. Obviously, the defense will try to discredit the witness. They've already said, you know, she was using drugs, her memory was skewed, and all those kind of things. In addition, they're going to say, you know, the co-defendant, Rettensag, basically said that, said what he said, gave his testimony so that he could get a better plea deal with the government. So they're going to probably try to discredit the witnesses in the case more than anything else.
And I appreciate you're a criminal defense attorney in part because you know what you have to do to defend a case. That's the bottom line here in this case against Naya Tao. All right, stay with us, please. We need to take a break. When we come back, we'll go back inside court for more of the information about what was found at the crime scene. Stay tuned.
We carried the legacy of those who paved the way. We aren't just competitors. Instead of just being a part of it, we are going to be a leader in the sport. We are looking forward to continuing to make history. We are symbols of resilience and pride.
Only the best of the best survive.
A Bounce HBCU yearbook, a year-long salute to historically black colleges and universities.
3, 2, 1, go.
You got us banned from being room parents? I have never been more in love with you.
Who wants to go nuts for donuts?
Show him your folding trick.
I'm not in the mood for your sheet right now.
That's gotta hurt, huh?
You keep me coming back for more.
I'm Maritza Giorgio, live from our studio in Missoula, Montana, and this is America Tonight.
Scripps News takes you ahead of the headlines.
We're reading between the lines there.
America Tonight on Scripps News. Find with an antenna or on your favorite streaming app.
It's really important for Scripps News reporters to live where they are reporting.
You get to talk to people from all different backgrounds.
We do stories with people regardless of the political persuasions.
We're coming here as people, as your neighbors.
We know best what's happening in our communities.
And that's why I wake up every morning, is I hope I can deliver folks information so they can make an educated decision. I'm Forrest Saunders.
Ben Brown.
Jake Burns.
Rachel Louise Just.
Alex Miller, Scripps News.
Watch Scripps News, find with an antenna, or on your favorite streaming app.
Why is America paying attention to the race? Because what takes place on both sides of the aisle here can be seen on both sides of these aisles.
The Race, weeknights at 6 on Scripps News. Watch with an antenna or on your favorite streaming app.
8 hours of back-to-back true crime cases every Saturday.
This is crazy.
On America's original true crime obsession. 48 hours on Court TV. Saturdays starting at 4/3 Central on Court TV.
You budget. You pay bills.
Yet somehow, women like you, like me,
are 80% more likely than men to live in poverty in retirement.
So here's what we're going to do now. We're going to save ourselves by setting a goal to save 2% more of our income for our retirement.
Why 2? 1% honors you.
And 1% honors all womankind.
So come on. Learn more about the 2% challenge at WeSaySaveIt.org.
Why is America paying attention to the race?
Because what happens in this town happens to your town too.
Here on the steps of the U.S. Capitol after a historic...
The decisions made in this house are felt in the heart of yours.
Every night on the race, we take you to the people, the policies, and the political points of impact.
We want to add some context around it tonight.
The Race, weeknights at 6/5 Central on Scripps News. Watch with an antenna or on your favorite streaming app.
We got a runner! I got him! Blues!
Party's over.
Let the games begin. Yeah, baby!
Let's get some order now, okay?
You know I got to get my dance on.
Hey, family! I'm coming back to this show. Isn't this just fabulous?
Before we get you back into court, a quick update on the teacher beaten trial where defendant Brandon Depa is being sentenced today. Now, he's the teen with autism who beat his teacher unconscious over a Nintendo Switch back in February of 2023. He was charged as an adult. He did plead guilty to 1 count of aggravated battery of a school employee in October. Now, earlier today, Depa's adoptive mother spoke before the court, pleading to have her son returned to her.
Brendan has, he's had a hard life. He started out as a foster care baby who struggled. And he's felt abandoned by his birth family, and he felt abandoned by us when I sent him to South Carolina. He struggles with autism and behavioral issues. But other than that year where we had just extreme chaos from medical stuff going on, I was able to manage Brendan because I knew Brendan and I knew his triggers and I knew his needs and his strengths. And I beg you to let him come home with me. I want my son back. Thank you.
We don't always see parents who do want their children back, so it is refreshing that she spoke to the judge and said, yes, I want my son home. The judge is expected to issue a sentence later today. Of course, we'll take you live into that courtroom when that happens. Now let's turn back to Wisconsin, where we are watching day 1 in testimony of our newest live trial. This is defendant Nia Tao's second time going to trial for the triple murder of 3 men, one of whom allegedly owed Tao $600. Let's get you back into court now. A crime scene specialist is walking the jury through photos of the crime, most of which are too graphic for us to show you, but let's go back in.
because at the laboratory we use letters for item designation. So we can then identify, submit items that are numbered, and then they don't have to be in sequence if they're submitted to the laboratory because they get A through Z, for example. Anything that, so I started with numbers. I started one with the most recent tire track compression in 7 through 7, which was the tire track compression, which was the oldest of the tire track compressions, and that I felt were important. From there, 8 through, I believe, 44. Let me see what my numbers are. Were numbers that I used to identify or to mark footwear impressions. There was a additional tire track impression, however, that was located and detected that I used, and I marked it as 22. So 8 through 42, excluding 22, were footwear impressions.
Okay, 1 through 7 plus 22 are tires, 8 through 42 minus 22 footwear.
That's correct.
Okay. And then because we do see a letter E, just briefly, we'll talk about that later, but what are the letters?
Well, once we came across or identified items that we would collect as items that would be might have a probative value, we marked those with letters. We wanted to keep the items that we were going to collect separate from the items that we were just going to document and not collect. Footwear and tire track impressions, we just documented via photography. Nothing was collected. We didn't cast those impressions because the soil wasn't conducive for that, and it was at a point where when we were able to, if we were able to collect them via casting, they would have been deteriorated to the point where they wouldn't have been of any value anyway.
Okay. Let's advance to Exhibit 47. And this is image 479. I see yellow tent markers 9 and 10. Do you see those also?
Yes, I do.
Sir, what are we looking at here?
Well, in Exhibit 47, image 1, image 0479, this is a mid-range photograph of footwear impressions